for many years, even in different communities, in Java community, and now with Angel, I'm very glad that we have Angel and Georgi for most of our events. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mish. Hi, guys. I would dare to say hi, colleagues. Short story or long story? Enough time? Okay. Something like 25 years ago, actually I started my development career back then, and I kind of faced JavaScript back then. At these times, JavaScript was, it was kind of a glue between the Java backend and the HTML front-end web. We wanted to have some, interactiveness in the front-end. And that's how everything started with JavaScript. Then, to be honest, I went deeper on the backend side as a core Java developer. And back then it was, to be cool with Java and open source, or to be a Microsoft guy. Sorry, Misho. That's how it continues for years. But JavaScript fired back on me 1 year and a half ago. I had to develop, and I developed for a few sleepless nights, kind of a basic CRM system for my sales team after long debates about which one to use, with something called Bubble.io. It's a low-code, no-code thing, but if any code there, it's JavaScript thing. Well, I'm, telling you my engineering story to explain why I'm here, why the company I'm leading now, Angel, is here. It's first of all because this engineering curiosity, which is driving the company. And second of all these years, I was not alone. There were colleagues around, people. So these are the two things driving the company. Engineering curiosity, people, you, all of us, the colleagues. That's why we're here. What Angel is doing, Angel is a company which is R&D partner for other big companies from mostly US and DACH regions, for which we're building R&D organizations and operating them. So that's about the engineering curiosity, right? I wish to see more and different systems and challenges. Now I have plenty of them. But it's also all about people. We're doing it with people. We will continue to do it with people. That's the center of our universe. With this, I would like to say thank you to Michael, to the team organizing the event. Thanks for having us here. And I wish you to be curious and to take, a lot from today's and future events like this. Thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you very much. And it is important, we have another one company supporting very much our events, and there are several years also general partner. I would like to invite Vladimir Nachev from EPAM.
Hi, thanks, Mishu. Hi, everyone. So yeah, when we talk about JavaScript, we apparently get a bit nostalgic, and that's the case with me as well. And that's probably because JavaScript's been here with us for quite some time now, even though nowadays it has nothing to do with what it used to be. I also started to think how we started, and I remember the time when I got involved with web technologies, and then we've been generating some HTML on the server side and then shooting it to the front end to just be displayed. And then if someone wanted to interact, he was basically sending back a response, and then you generate the whole thing yet again and send it back. And it was static HTML, right? And if it had any piece of a dynamic content in it, it was maybe just one function of JavaScript that you used to display a calendar, and then you had one version of it for the normal browsers. But then, hey, you remember the time, right? You had another one for Internet Explorer 7, and then you had another one for Internet Explorer 6, and you had another one for Internet Explorer 5. And yeah, thanks God we are not there. We are not there anymore, nothing to our friends from Microsoft, right? So at the time, who could have imagined what JavaScript would bring us today, what web technologies would look like today, and that JavaScript would be the key technology which would enable the Web 2.0 and then the Web 3.0 revolutions. At EPAM, we actually stopped talking about just JavaScript engineering, doing React or doing Angular or doing Vue.js. We nowadays talk about experience engineering, and we've grouped our efforts in that domain in what we called our digital experience practice. We, by the way, around the EPAM stand have the head of this practice, Ivailo Nikolov. You can pass by our booth, talk to him. He would have some interesting stories to share with you. We also would have Samuel Alexou from EPAM today with yet another amazing talk about what JavaScript can give you today at the crossing of digital and physical worlds. Quite a few cool stuff you can probably think about for your next projects. And then today's experience, it's also art. So at EPAM we also run, and that's in Bulgaria by the way, we run our very own end-to-end design studio. And we will also have the head of this studio, Peter Porkumenko, later on today, I believe it's about 4 o'clock, talking about how today user experience and user design and and engineering, they interact, how they work together. Among that, I'm sure we would have plenty of other amazing talks, some great speakers being here with us today. So thank you everyone. I wish you a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope you will stay till end of the conference because we will have raffle and there will be very interesting awards. You already heard from Philip some words about Amusnet, but they also have award, and there are also several interesting awards from Droxic, from Accidia. I would like to invite these partners who have exact explanation about awards to say a few words. Droxic? Are there? No? Okay. Raffle will be only for people who will be at the end of the conference available.
Hi guys, so our raffle is very easy. It's basically with matches. We have a fish that is created on our table, and with moving only 3 matches, we have to turn around the position of the fish, and you have the chance to win Apple AirPods 3. So it's very simple. Come and visit us on our stand, so you will have the chance to win at the end of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is another interesting raffle from Ocado, so please welcome.
Hi everyone. So it's great that we've all gathered today here at this great event. I'm really happy to see you all here. We are Ocado. We have a booth at this end there. You can just come by and talk with us. We have a lot to tell you about, and you would also be able to play for our awards, which are 3 big Lego sets. We don't have a game for that. You just have to connect with somebody from our team in LinkedIn, and that's basically it. So yeah, hope to talk to you all later.
Thank you. I know that we have also raffle from Datart, Ocado, already explained, Accidia, and that's probably the most important. Stay till end of the conference to win some of most interesting awards. About Xbox from Microsoft, we will draw the winners on 24th of November because people need to pass several learning sessions. So it is learning challenge. I will provide to all attendees additional information via email. So thanks again for coming and enjoy the conference. Starting with a short delay, but I think we can actually have, we will be with 15 minutes, 30 minutes delay.
Не те чувам. Копче с дърма, лютеница. Започваме ли? Не можах да разбера дали това беше знак да започваме само. Да, добре. Добре. На какъв език водим тук? На JavaScript викат, добре. I assume I will need to speak in English, so I will resume in English then. So my name is Martin. I'm a software architect, one of the senior software architects at DraftKings. And we have extensive experience with variety of technologies, one of them being JavaScript, obviously. And we have also a lot of experience of transporting information around the world. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lessons that I've learned personally when dealing with WebSockets. I usually steal stuff from the office to bring to conferences to throw at people, so I have some ducks. If you want a duck, you should ask a question. And if it's a good one, I will answer it, and you will get a duck. There is also a mathematical joke hidden somewhere around the slides, and I promise a special reward if somebody notices it. Okay, I have a camera, so let's make the camera guy work. I will move around. This story starts at Christmas. And back then I was team lead. I had people that I managed, and I managed to let them on holidays somehow at the same time, so I was covering for them. And I had some time to play with WebSockets, because everybody else was on holiday and there was nothing being deployed. So this is how our story of using WebSockets actually began. All right? I will have a disclaimer here. Today I will share with you a lot of information about how to use WebSockets properly, but I want you to know that the only right answer is it depends. So today I will say, and I will tell you how you could do load balancing. I will not tell you if you need to do load balancing. Okay, is that clear? So if you need to do load balancing, this is one way to do it. Is there a lot of echo, or this is something that... Can we do something about the echo? Kopče, kopče, kopče. They say it's okay. All right, so with that said, how can an answer change by it depends, right? So if you're designing an internal system, the rules might be different. If you're designing SDK for some other people, the answer could be different. If you own both the client and the server, the answer will be different, right? So there are many things that could affect this. All right, so quick overview of the agenda. I'm going to share with you some things about the life cycle of a socket, some of the use cases where sockets are beneficial, some of the benefits of WebSockets, and then I'm going to go into the challenges, and this is where the meat of this talk is going to be. So what is a WebSocket? A WebSocket is an API. It's basically a messaging protocol, and what that means we're going to discuss slightly later. And WebSockets, not to be mistaken for Unix-style sockets, are a browser API, which is actually widely supported in many different places. So how do we know that? Well, we can check. So WebSockets are making developers happy since 2010. Some developers maybe are crying. How does a typical HTTP connection look like? So in the typical HTTP connection lifecycle, we have DNS lookup, connect, send, wait. After the resource is downloaded, then we close the connection, and that's it. With socket, it's slightly different. We're going to explore how the lifecycle of the socket looks through a property called ready state. So WebSockets, they have a property which is called ready state. How do you get a WebSocket? Like this. By the way, that's all the code that I'm going to show today. I couldn't come here without any kind of JavaScript, so I had to put something. But we're mostly interested in the ready state, and this is where the interesting part starts. So, client and server communicate. Usually how this happens is that we're sending as a regular HTTP connection from the web browser to our client an HTTP upgrade request. And what happens is that the server agrees that it can handle WebSockets and gives us an upgrade of HTTP code 101, if I remember correctly. Yes. So we're switching protocols. Now we're talking WebSockets. That's all. During the ready state 1, we're already in open state, and we can send frames or messages, and the server can respond. And we can send more messages, and the server can respond more. And at some point in time, we are going to say, okay, we don't care about this communication anymore. We're going to say, finish it, cut it off. The server will agree, and we will have terminated the connection, and now the ready state is going to be 3. So this is basically how the WebSockets work. It's a bidirectional pipe where we can send and receive messages. Why is that interesting? Well, this is interesting because we can do a lot of interesting real-time things with the bidirectional communication. So we can have sports feeds. We can stream data that's happening live on the field to customers. Trading systems work in similar way. So if you've seen any trading system that goes up and down quickly, that's not polling, that's sockets usually. We can have telemetry from devices, we can have any number of other use cases, multiplayer games, collaborative editing of files, and so on and so on and so on. Data visualization, remote control of devices, conferencing, even development tools. The common thing here is that we want to reduce the communication delay here as much as possible. And some of the benefits of WebSockets actually are intended for reducing the amount of communication delay that we have. So WebSockets, in general, are wire traffic efficient. What this means is that they incur less traffic than HTTP in general. So why they incur less traffic, we're going to talk about this a bit later. You don't have to deal with cores. Anybody ever had issues with cores? Okay, I'm in the right place. No cores for WebSockets. They have very simple API. The API is basically new WebSocket, on message, do this, send message. It's like it has 2 methods, that's all. And they're bidirectional, which means that we open a channel between us, and only us two can communicate on this channel. Obviously, real-time communication. They're available in web workers. Anybody has used them? Web workers? Like 6, 7 guys, nice. And they're also available on mobile devices, on .NET, on Kotlin, on Swift, on whatever you can imagine. So that's the good parts. Now let's talk about the challenges. Now, before I continue, has anybody of you ever used WebSockets? Oh, nice. How many of you did their own implementation of WebSockets? Okay, much less. The other people, what did you use? Shout it out. SignalR. That's a sad story. Most of the challenges that I'm going to describe are also somewhat connected to SignalR as well. Okay, what else besides SignalR? Can you shout it out? MQTT over WebSocket, nice. That's a nice use case. Anything else? Socket.io, cool. So for the few brave people that used raw WebSockets, I'm sure that this is what convinced you to start. And this is what you got eventually. The server that was intended to host the socket eventually started shipping data from other things from your internal system because you don't want to open too many sockets to the end client. But you're also passing through some kind of gateway and load balancer until you get there, right? So it's not so simple. And by the way, on this picture, you don't see CDNs, you don't see firewalls, you don't see how the backend services are scaled and so on. So this is actually very, very simplified view of what you get eventually with WebSockets. So some of the challenges, and actually those are the top picks. At the end, there will be an honorable mentions slide where I will have some more. But some of them have to deal with state management, how long-lived connections are generally treated over a network. We have application security, we have network security, we have application performance monitoring, we have back pressure. Anybody, most of you raised their hands about WebSockets. How many of you had to deal with back pressure? One guy, two guys? Wow. It's very, very tricky to debug. What else? Protocol efficiency. Oh my, there's so many things here. So let's start with state management. That's the simplest one. If you open a socket, you have state. That's it. Now, how this state is going to complicate your life is very, very tricky. So how many of you had to ever use sticky sessions? Okay, few of you. Nice. So this is a challenge that very few people are experiencing. So what's a sticky session? So sticky session is one-to-one relationship between the client and some kind of backend service. Okay, let's take it like this. If you break the sticky session, user might get logged out, or the transaction could be canceled because the request went to another server. And this is actually one of the interesting challenges with SignalR. If you have properly load balanced system, you could get to a situation where the handshake of SignalR is going to one server, but the actual request is hitting another server. So SignalR is a protocol of itself, and it has a handshake where client says, I know WebSockets and HTTP, and server says, I also know WebSockets and HTTP, and then client tries to open WebSocket connection, but it hits another server because the load balancer rerouted it, and the other server does not recognize the handshake, so rejects the connection. So what you can do with sticky sessions, this one-to-one mapping between client and server, you should try to break it. And if you really, really need some kind of state on the back end, you can still do it, but you need to externalize it. Now, what's the good thing about externalizing state between all the servers that are managing your WebSocket connections? Shout for a duck, come on. Does that look like something nice to do in your system? It's another bottleneck. It's another single point of failure. It's another thing that you need to scale, shard, yada, 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 yada. So, how to load balance long-lived connections? Sockets are long-lived connections, and they bring interesting challenges in load balancing. For example, if you want to load balance them, you need to do something very, very special that I will show in a second. But you're also in a situation where you can overload the backend. Because this is a long-lived connection, you cannot randomly cut it, right? Obviously, you're using socket because you want a long-lived connection. You don't want it to randomly disappear. So you need to handle disconnects in a variety of cases. And if you need to handle a disconnect, you need to, the client need to be able to reconcile the state, right? Very, very unfortunate. And deployments, and rolling deployments become increasingly complicated when you need to load balance long-lived connections. How does that look like? Imagine that we have this running system. It's perfectly load balanced as it should be, like all things in life. And one of the servers sporadically dies, or it gets redeployed and restarted. So suddenly some of the traffic was sent to one of the other servers. But now there is no reason for us to load balance it back to the first one, after it comes back sometime later. But eventually we can overload, I skipped a frame here, eventually we can start overloading other servers that were redistributing traffic, and they can start dying. And after they get either redeployed or restarted, we're in a situation where there is no reason to move connections to them, right? You don't know when to cut a live connection with the user. So at that point, those servers get overloaded. So you move them to the upper two ones. And you get into this constant situation of switching them because there is no mechanism to actually move an actual connection between two servers, right? So that's a tricky problem. So how do we get back to this kind of situation? So this is the first thing that we're going to mention today, which is related to network security and application security, both at the same time, kind of. Gateway cutoff. In the initial image, there is a gateway, right? This gateway must decide when to cut off the connection. And this must be handled by the client. The client must know that the gateway at any point in time could decide to redistribute load through the system and cut the connection. And this could be scheduled, maybe every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes, whatever works for you, obviously. But the interesting thing here is that if you don't have this, there is no way to cut the connections besides killing a server. And once you kill a server, all the connections will go to the other one. So even if you decide to kill all servers, the first one that gets live will get all the traffic, and it will die. And this will happen over and over and over again. So a couple of things that you could do on the client. So if you need to manage WebSockets on the client, you can do a couple of things. You can randomize connection lifetime. So the client can say, okay, my connection for this session is going to be 7 minutes. The other client can say it's going to be 10, or it's going to be 5, and so on. Another thing that you can do is you could schedule connection refresh. It's kind of the same like randomized connection lifetime, but not exactly the same. Or you can scale also on the back end based on number of connections supported. So you will never let the server get exhausted their number of possible connections. Why is that possible to happen? Because of connection fan out. Because in the initial picture, you see that one client socket is actually doing multiple connections to the backend. So eventually you can exhaust the connection pool of your server. Back pressure. To the only two other guys here that experienced this, how did you solve it? How? Ah, with throttling. Okay, you get a duck. That was close. For all the people that didn't see, that was a hit. So what is back pressure for those that haven't experienced it? Back pressure is when we are overwhelming somebody with requests that they cannot handle. Now, usually when this happens in ideal situation, you're going to get as many messages as you can handle, right, from both sides. But what we usually do, we handle this for the back end, but we don't handle it for the front end. We very rarely think about the device that's actually going to need to handle the amount of messages that we're sending. So what happens when the device cannot handle 10 messages per second? It can handle 5. So we start getting congestion. And this congestion actually starts spreading to the backend, because why we want to push many messages? Because our backend is trying to push many messages. And this server is actually a proxy. So back pressure starts pushing back on our entire infrastructure eventually. And we start getting very weird things that are very, very hard to debug. For example, if you exhaust the TCP stack, the TCP send stack, how do you debug this? You're never going to get an error in the application. The server is not going to get an error. So you go debugging operating system logs eventually. So this is why back pressure is so nasty to handle. And also another point of back pressure could be the internet itself. So we can have multiple reasons for back pressure. We can exhaust the underlying network protocol, the TCP/IP protocol. We could exhaust the receive or send queues of the TCP stack, or the device resources could be exhausted by the need to handle so many messages. So I don't have any more CPU. That's all you get. Like I can process 5. If you send 10, I die. That's it. Or another thing, the medium that we use to send them. So mobile networks are unreliable, right? So retransmission is something very nice. TCP guarantees delivery. So what it means that if you have some kind of packet lost around the network, it will try to retransmit it. And until that packet gets to you, you cannot send any more packets because they're piping behind it, right? You cannot process the data before you get the data. So when you get a message lost, you eventually wait. And then we start filling the stacks again, the send queue and the receive queue. Now, a couple of things we can do to handle them. A colleague here said throttling, which is nice, not always an option though. So we can do compression. And compression could be not only gzip, right? You could think on how to compress and reduce the data that you're sending. That's one thing. You could try to control the rate of messaging, which is throttling. Or you can do compaction. Compaction of data is something very interesting. It is obviously not applicable everywhere. But think about it like this. We are dealing with sports, right? So if you're sending events related to sports, you could actually say, fine, but it looks like a message to be sent takes X amount of time. And for that X amount of time, we have X number of changes. So maybe I care only about one of those changes, and I don't need to send all the rest. The client, so if you're generating one message every 20 milliseconds, and the client can get one message every 200 milliseconds, it doesn't make sense to send them every 20, right? So you could skip some updates, and you can decide how to push proactively only the relevant data. Another way to do compaction is do sparse contracts, send only what changed, so send only the difference. This is also another way to do compaction. Buffering, throttling, at the end of the day, dropping. Just, that's it, drop the messages. You cannot send them anyway. I skipped showing them. Protocol efficiency. So I said, actually in the beginning that WebSockets are a protocol. And what you see here is a frame. And what is a frame? The frame is the message that you can send over the WebSocket. And since this is an ugly picture taken from the RFC, I'm going to change it to this. The important thing here is that these messages can be very, very big. Let's rename them to something nice. So those messages can be really, really big, like 4 gigabytes, something like that, right? Now, how do those messages get transferred over the wire? They don't go as one message, are they? They go as TCP packets, yay. Now, if you have messaging protocol built on top of a streaming protocol, now you have a problem. Because the message can be only understood by the system when it's transferred completely. And the stream TCP doesn't care about messages. TCP streams any kind of chunks that you try to send, and you are responsible for deserializing them. So what happens is that this nice frame that you're trying to send, this big JSON, is actually going to be split to many, many, many small packets, and they're going to go through the wire. So what will happen then is that if you decide to send big chunks of data over WebSockets, you can saturate the link. So has anybody experienced this problem, the MQTT guys? No? Very small amount of this problem. So eventually saturating the link means that the client will not be able to send data back. So it will not be able to tell you more information, but also if you're trying to send packets from multiple places, you will not be able to because there is no multiplexing in TCP. It just sends whatever you put in the pipe. It doesn't care. But if it skips a package, so if you don't send acknowledgement for a package, it will try to retransmit it again, which means you will not be able to parse the message until you get all the packets. And you get into this constant situation of not being able to parse your data, which is very, very annoying. Now, obviously, the fact that the protocol, WebSockets protocol supports sending 4 gigabytes messages doesn't mean you should, okay? So the fact that this is running over TCP IP, which is a very, very leaky abstraction, you need to care about this, and you need to craft your data in a way that you will be able to actually reliably send it. So can you split those 4 gigabytes into small messages yourself, for example? Or you need one huge chunk? These kind of things. By the way, sending a 4 gigabyte message means that you need at least twice the amount of memory to parse it, to deserialize it into some data structure. So obviously JSON is very, very convenient. This is why I wrote juicy JSON earlier. Security. Any problems with security with people who used WebSockets? Just ignore it. If you get it done. You sleep well, my friend. So in what cases we can ignore security? It's a good thing to say. In an entirely internal system where you control the entry points, this is where you can ignore security between services. Generally, if it's user-facing, like we most commonly do with web browsers, you cannot, sadly. So there's 3 things that I'm going to touch today. Obviously, the topic is much deeper. I'm going to mention authentication, authorization, and user input, because those are more interesting with sockets. So let's take the first system that I showed. We have the following situation. We somehow need to allow those clients to get to those servers. So what do? Well, we can allow the gateway to control this. And let's say we have some kind of services related to account control and login. So we can issue a token for the client. And on the opening handshake of the socket, we can use the token. And then the gateway is going to strip the token because we don't want our system to understand anything about those tokens. And we're going to write headers like user ID, authorization ID, whatever else ID that we care about. And this is data with which our servers can work. Now, it's important to understand that those servers should not understand anything about security. And I'll explain why. Because this doesn't mean that I don't want you to have security. Those servers should not understand anything about security. If you're streaming data, you're generally not doing transactions, right? We're talking about bidirectional communication, chat application. So what kind of security will be needed here? After the connection is established and the gateway allowed it to get established, you should stream data. And then the question is, what do we do if the token expires? The gateway cuts off the connection. That's it. For the server, the connection is just closed. The client will need to reopen it, and if they need to re-authenticate, they will do it, and that's fine. But the backend should be kept clean. Now, we get to the zero trust type of approach to security. I'm not saying that you should do your wallet, your deposit, or your withdrawals like this. I'm saying that you should stream data in this way. If you need to do wallet transaction, some kind of special kind of transaction, it's okay to have MFA, to have zero trust approach and architecture, and to do re-authentication at that point as well. So you could have somewhere here another type of service that requires special type of authentication, and that's fine. But generally, most of your system will never require this kind of security. User input. Now with sockets, WAF is web application firewall. So with WebSockets, if you remember from the first slides, they get opened through a normal HTTP connection or HTTPS connection. The problem is that the web application firewall recognizes this and it's fine with it. And once you establish the connection, the web application firewall does not see anything that's moving on the connection. So what happens is that your server needs to have protection against user input, malicious user input. So after I establish the socket connection, I can actually try to DDoS you through the socket connection. And no CDN is going to stop me, no web firewall is going to stop me. So actually your server needs to handle this kind of protection there. You cannot trust Elastic Load Balancer, you cannot trust Azure, whatever they have, you cannot trust Nginx, yada, yada, yada. No, your server needs to have the protection. Some of the things that you could do establish timeouts, forced timeouts for handling messages, for example. If you're getting high rate of messages, you can apply rate limiters. You could forcibly close the connection. And something actually really funny, you could return garbage data. If you get too many messages, you could actually return garbage data, which is very, very funny to observe. So this kind of protection, very important. It must happen on the server. Application performance monitoring. A lot of people raised hands here. How do you measure the performance of your WebSockets? We don't. Brave people. Somebody that does? No. Nobody measures performance? One person in the room? I'm not sure if I can throw a duck so far back, but I will spare one for you. So over there, they measure the page rendering and the number of socket messages, correct? How do you measure the number of WebSocket messages? They do testing. So no proactive monitoring. Okay. Custom what? Custom metric in AWS. So there is amazing tooling for HTTP. Like you could just get New Relic and click start, and you get full picture of all the requests that are running through the system. With WebSockets, you get nothing. You need to sort it out for yourself. If you want to measure the WebSockets, you need to do this on your own. And how many messages did you receive? How many messages did you send? Did you receive all the messages that you had to receive? Did you miss anything? Was it important? Should I have missed it at all? All those questions, obviously they depend on the type of software, but you need to find a way to answer them, and you need to find a way to monitor them. Which means that the developers that are actually implementing this system need to implement additional piece of code, which is reporting this information. So to this GUID, I send 700 messages, and the GUID reports that receive 600. So I lost 100 messages. What do we do now? Should we make sure that those messages are sent? Did we get back pressure in the system and the messages got dropped? How did they get lost? Like, how did I miss 100 updates? That's a question that you should be able to answer if you're using WebSockets and if you need to do streaming. Another thing about debugging. How many of you use a Chromium-based browser for work? Come on, don't be shy. Wake up, raise the hands. I know that all of you are using something Chrome-based. So, a note, if you have to debug WebSockets, you cannot use the browser tools to do that, for the simple reason that the throttling that you get in the web browser is actually a fetch polyfill. So it does not affect the WebSocket constructor at all. The only way for you to check the behavior of the socket when connection drops is to actually pull out the cable. Yeah, pull out. So the only way to simulate disconnect is to actually cut the network or pull the cable out. Couple of honorable mentions. I kind of mentioned head of line blocking. This is what happens if you transfer a big chunk, a big message into many TCP packets and one gets lost. Until that packet is retransmitted and reordered by the TCP stack, you cannot parse the message. But they stay in the receive buffer of the TCP stack, which could eventually get overflown because you're continuing to send messages, and I lost only one packet. No caching. If you want caching, the client needs to do the caching. There is no CDN, no distributed network that can help you cache any kind of messages for WebSockets. Connection fan out. So it's very tempting and nice and beautiful to have BFFs, backends for frontends, that simplify the work of the client, and you have one connection with the client and everything is peachy and nice, and this one connection to the client leads to 300 connections to your own backend. So this simplification actually comes at a cost, and you need to be aware of this cost, and you need to also manage that cost. Because eventually, if you design the system in such a way, you're going to be exhausting the connections limit, and you will have CPUs that are not very busy on your machines, but you will need to spawn many instances because of the connections limit. And this becomes very interesting when you have millions of users. Because it doesn't sound too interesting if you have like 300 users and they create a few thousand connections. So generally the connection pool is about 50,000 connections, right? So it doesn't sound too impressive. Now multiply it by several millions and it becomes very interesting. Sniffing. This is a security concern that you could have. It's the same as with HTTP. If you're using HTTP, not HTTPS, or if you're using VS, not VSS, secure WebSocket, you will be vulnerable to the same things. Because WebSockets, generally they transfer text. They don't transfer binary, okay? The last one, I have few ducks. Can anybody tell me what is the last one? Come on, Google it. Okay, cross-site, WebSocket, hijacking. Cross-site WebSocket hijacking is the same as CRF, cross-site request forgery. This could happen if you're transferring important data. You need to make sure that you're not only using VSS, but you also have other mechanisms of protecting the data. Because the same vulnerabilities that HTTP has, WebSockets also have. Another question, is it worth it to use WebSockets if you can use pool? Who said yes? You get a duck. Can you raise the hand? Let me try to. Direct hit. So, what else are you going to use, okay? If you need real-time communication, bidirectional communication, what else are going to use? What, pigeons? You don't have a choice. What? I will talk about that in a second. So, that's it. This is what you can use. So yeah, when it's worth it, it's worth it. Now, what are the alternatives? Generally, there are three alternatives that can help you with this. You could have the standard polling, not a very good practice nowadays. You could have SSE, server-sent events, or you could use WebRTC, and I promise you, I always forget what kind of streaming is RTC. Now, obviously, those three are not one-to-one mapping with the features that you need. Let's start with polling. With polling, it's great for big files, big amounts of data. You should definitely poll. Don't flush them through the socket. This is fine. Works everywhere. Very cool. Now, with polling, you have something that's called headers overhead. Polling is good for big files, but why it's not good for small files? For small amounts of data, the headers that you're actually sending on each HTTP request are more than the data. So you have around 10K of bullshit there that you don't need. So if you're sending 1 kilobyte of data, polling is not very good. You should maybe stream it with SSC, but don't poll. The other thing is maximum latency. So with maximum latency, what does it mean? When you open a poll request, the server will hang the request as much as it can before the browser cuts it off or any proxy along the way cuts it off. But let's say it will hold the request as much as it can, open. And if it doesn't have anything for 20 seconds, it will close it. And then you will need to reopen it again. And you already missed an update because the opening itself also takes hundreds of milliseconds. And timeouts, which I mentioned kind of. Any proxy along the way could have a timeout that you did not configure. So this is why generally we don't wait for default timeouts. We have our own when we use sockets. The other alternative is server-sent events, and they are very, very cool. I love them, and I hate them at the same time. They are the forgotten protocol of the web. So they showed a lot of promise when they came out a few years ago. Now nobody uses them. With SSE, you have a read-only stream of data from one point to the other, which is very nice. It is a protocol. And why is that good? Because with SSE, it tells you you need to implement IDs of messages, and it handles reconnect automatically, and it sends to the server the last ID of message that it receives, and it expects the server to stream the delta. So this is why it's a very, very interesting protocol. Very nice. If you don't need to send outdated messages, it's not your protocol. But the nice thing is at least it reconnects automatically. You don't need to handle reconnects. No header overhead. You open once and that's it. Now, it's a protocol, it's both a pro and a con, because if you don't implement the protocol properly, it's not SSE. It's something else. And people who expect to get SSE will not get SSE, and they will need to handle reconciliation of state and so on, because, for example, you're not sending delta. Another thing, it's fixed direction of the flow. So once you open the stream, the entity that we call the server is only able to push data. That's it. You cannot change the subscription. You need to cut it off and open a new subscription. So why is that a problem? Well, because we get back to the same place. We open a new HTTP request and so on. Besides that, SSE has all the challenges with WebSockets that I mentioned. So it's kind of lesser WebSockets that can talk only on in one direction. Another problem is that it does not support any headers. So how do we do authentication? If we don't have any headers, no authorization header, no headers. How could we do authentication? Query parameters. Don't you love a JWT token attached as a query parameter? It looks amazing. So this kind of kills the deal, because even if I'm happy with what I'm getting here and I can solve the problems with the WebSockets and everything, I'm still in a very, very stupid situation where I cannot do proper authentication with this. I need to send stuff as query parameters. So generally same challenges as WebSockets. The alternative, WebRTC, and this is really, really nice. This is real-time communication, but it could work over UDP instead of TCP. And why is that interesting? This is interesting because if you want to stream video, like live video, and you skip a frame, well, you technically don't care about the frame that you skipped 2 seconds ago. You want the new frames. But with TCP, you're going to try to do your best to retransmit the frame that missed, because TCP promises it will retransmit it until you get it. And if you lose a couple of them, it will do its best to transmit all the ones that you lost. And usually, when you get lost packet loss, when the network is congested, and trying to transmit the package that you already lost is what? Congesting the network further, which is insane. So WebRTC allows you to choose if you want guaranteed delivery or unguaranteed delivery. So you could choose UDP or TCP. This is nice because you could prioritize them. So if you somehow hit a client that filters all the UDP traffic, like a defaultly configured firewall, for example, you will still be able to use TCP for this client. Polyfills, why would we need polyfills for SSE? Well, because SSE does not support headers and people want to do proper authentication, so they built polyfill for SSE over this. So this is actually very, very powerful. And you could do bidirectional or unidirectional communication. However, you could also do this kind of communication from the client to the server. With SSE, we are getting always server to client. But with this, we could open a stream writer, and we could send over this connection messages from the client. So we could have either client to server, server to client, or both. And we could choose if we want reliable delivery or unreliable delivery. So it's very, very powerful and very, very nice. It's good for streaming, video, audio, live conferences, things like this. And now I have a question and 3 ducks. One is promised, so I have 2 ducks to give. What is this? So the only reason I can tell you is because I have it written in front of me. No session. Datagram transport layer security. SCTP is a stream control transmission protocol. SRTP is secure real-time transport protocol. ICE is very nice. It stands for Interactive Connectivity Establishment. STUN, Session Traversal Utilities for NAT, NAT. And what is TURN? Traversal using relay NAT, NAT. So the learning curve of this is not as with WebSockets. It's very powerful, you could do everything. And you know how you use it? You actually do fetch. You know JavaScript fetch, everybody knows it, right? You do fetch to a URL with post, put, delete, whatever kind of request. You could open this kind of connection and you attach a reader and a writer to this connection and it keeps it alive. But then what you do is you need to have your own protocol built on top of it. And then you need to invent a protocol that's suitable for your application. Why? Because JSON can no longer be deserialized. If you're using UDP and you lose a message, there is no way for you to deserialize it anymore. So now you need to have your own protocol that's optimized for your use case. And it's a protocol that you will be able to serialize chunks of data with data missing, which means that the data that you're sending needs to take care of its size. And TCP is very, very nice and everything is super cool until you need to understand how much data can a packet hold. So what's the minimum size of a TCP packet? Of a network layer packet? What's the minimum size? I have a duck for this. How much? 500. No. How many? No. No. It has 10 frames of 1,400 bytes. That's the smallest TCP packet. But the UDP packet, how much is it? Come on, Google it. How many? 8? I don't hear. 8. Did you Google it? Good. You get a duck. I cannot throw them. They're very light. I cannot throw it so far. So, very powerful, steep learning curve. And also you need to learn how the underlying network works. So if you're using UDP as main transport and TCP as backup transport, you need to take care of both limitations. Now, key takeaways. Do you really need bidirectional communication? If the answer is yes, you need to do all of these things. If you can find a way not to have bidirectional communication, well, just put an Nginx in front of it and you'll be happy. WebSockets are super useful, but they come with a price. And the tutorials that you can see around the web, they very rarely speak about this. And most people who know this had to actually deal with WebSockets on production and had to struggle to stabilize a system with WebSockets. By the way, you cannot just randomly decide that you want to use WebSockets. So, no, you can, but you cannot make them work. Your backend system needs to be designed in a way that can support streaming to a client. And it can support security over streaming to a client and things like that. To be efficient, by the way, WebSockets support text, so JSON is very, very nice, but also JSON is very, very expensive. So if you want to be efficient, you need to design your own protocol. Just for an example, protobuf takes half the size of JSON and it's actually 10 times faster to deserialize. Why? What? It's binary, but why it's faster to deserialize than something that's natively supported in the browser? Please shout up. You know what you're sending. I'm sending you a number. You know what happens when the browser receives JSON? It's a string. Is it a date? Is it a number? Is it an array? Is it an object of any other things? So this huge complex deserialization kicks in, and it's slow by design. There is no way to make it work because there are no strict types. So protobuf, for example, and by the way, message pack as well, I'm not like fan of one or either. Protocols that tell you what they bring, they are much, much faster to deserialize, and they take much less memory on the client device. Some advice from myself. What we did, we actually abstracted the transport protocol in a package, and we allow our developers to import something with nice interface. Is it polling? Is it socket? Is it SC behind it? They don't know. Obviously, people who maintain the package know. But what developers are getting is, give me that, and give me listener for data. So if I change eventually the protocol from something, it's a transparent change for them. So what happens is I just deploy a new runtime package, package that's resolved runtime, and that's it. The application switches protocol. Not exactly. Somebody said just like SignalR. The problem with SignalR is that with their handshake and their requirements for backend, they're actually, they cannot handle huge system worlds, and they're not very scalable. It's a nice start for something. Okay, I don't know how to do sockets. There is some kind of interface here. Let's do it quickly. Nugget install, npm install. But then when you start actually needing to scale and have a performance system, SignalR is not a good answer. It's for small projects. So that's all. I have some time for questions, and I have 2 ducks. No, 1 duck. I have one there and one there. If you have any questions, that's the time. If not, yes, shoot.
Seems like you invented the wheel with WebSockets. To me, is there something previous, like solution someone who's good with WebSockets can use to solve most common problems? Because
Wait.
problems are common.
Just a sec. So I will repeat this one, but generally we could use a mic, but try to keep questions to 1 sentence, because when you try to ask 5 questions, it's very hard for me. So let's play it.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, seems like you reinvented the wheel with WebSockets. Is there something pre-built which someone who don't have any experience with WebSockets can grab and start experimenting?
So something with what I started is that it's very easy to start with WebSockets. It's very hard to do application and network security with WebSockets. And since each application is more or less different and requires different messaging pattern, different kind of protocol, different kind of type of data even is moving to it, there is no like super generic out-of-the-box solution that you can use. Like even if you take SignalR or Socket.io or whatever, well, you still need to do security, you still need to do authentication, you still need to do authorization, you still need to take care of user input, of rate limiting, you still need to take care of tokens getting expired, things like this. So there is no system that can give you this out of the box. So you need to build it your own. It's not, the problem is not with WebSocket itself. So let me show you this again.
Because my understanding about WebSockets was exactly the first white you show, and then the second with all the complexity totally changed my mind. And I was thinking how it's possible to not have a clear way to monitor the loading and so on if it's so powerful?
Well, you can. You need to implement it on your own because there is no way to standardize something that is so fundamental. Like this is the abstraction, right? So this is the abstraction. Now you need to decide what to do with this abstraction. And actually, using WebSockets is as easy as this. And you can successfully use WebSockets like this. But somebody will steal your data. Or somebody will crash your system. Or you will pay huge bills for Amazon Cloud because it's continuing to auto-scale with the load. So if you want to have a reliable system, you need to do these things. That's it. And like there is no system design out of the box. Like I want a socket system and boom, get this. Like those services, these are random things that I thought for the conference. But in our real backend, we have systems on the backend that are communicating with SSE. We have things that are communicating with MQTT as well. We have Kafka streams. We have many, many things that are eventually getting to a BFF that ships it to the end user. Do you need this? Well, maybe not. Maybe this server for you can also handle authentication because you have 5 users a month. I don't know. You get my point. The solution must fit the problem. It's not like get a solution and then find the problem for it. I have 5 more minutes. Okay, I will take one more question. You get that.
Hi, Martin, great talk. Can you share some things we can look for to detect back pressure?
Didn't catch that quite well.
Can you share some things we should watch out for so that we can detect back pressure?
Now that's a good question. How to detect back pressure? Well, if you look for back pressure, you will eventually be able to detect it. Now, very thing that I missed. Actually, WebSocket API does not have control flow mechanism. So you will not be able to detect it there, okay? But if you start getting congestion here, you could have a mechanism to understand that, okay, maybe we are not sending all the messages at the rate that we expect. You could have a monitor, so every time the client receives a message, it could report what it received. Now, is that going to overwhelm your backend? Probably yes, so you need to do sampling. Now, what kind of sampling are you going to employ here? Only you can tell. 1% of the users? 10% of the users? I don't know. Critical system? All users must report on all messages? I don't know. It depends on the type of system. But if you want to stream huge amount of data and you don't really care about complete delivery, like TCP guaranteed delivery, maybe use WebRTC and UDP protocol. Maybe it's fine to drop some messages. So with back pressure, you get back pressure because TCP here will do its best to deliver the messages, right? And this is how you're going to exhaust the stacks. But this will not happen if you're sending 5 messages like that. This is a very, very simple example. In some of the early systems that we designed and developed, we wanted almost real-time change of odds. You know what happened? We killed any device that connects to this. The rate at which our backend processes and generate change, there is no client device that can handle. So eventually this is what's going to happen with your system. If you need to stream such huge amount of data, you need to handle it. Now, since I am overstaying my welcome here, we can talk more on the outside. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for being here today.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
My name is Jeff Reback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Panda's strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на Сирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. Затова са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но Сирма определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в Сирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
My name is Jeff Preback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на фирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. Затова са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но Сигма определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в Сирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at PokerStarsCareers.com.
My name is Jeff Preback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на Сирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. Затова са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но силно определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в фирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е фирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
is Jeff Breback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome after the lunch session. Often after like this pizza lunch session, everybody feels like this. Like you have this nice feeling of being a bit tired, being a bit this. And yeah, this is usually what happens after the lunch sessions. And if we are like in a working environment after the nice lunch break, we come back to the office and we are like, this is our mailbox after the whole lunch session. And we start looking at our tasks, and they're small, nice, good, and all the tasks are like eventually covering us. And this is how we end. If we look about the developer productivity, and I think I'm going to talk about now, it's like we are right now over here in the ZZZZ session, and I have to check, okay, this camera to catch me in. And today we are going to talk about the developer productivity. How can we increase those bars over here or during the day and overall be more productive? So hello, my name is Radoslav Stankov. As I like to say, context is king. I'm the head of engineering of a company called Product Hunt. Something that I like to say is that we move fast and have breakfast. And overall, today I'm going to talk about the Rado approves definite guide of productivity and how we can do more. How can we get more shit done? I hope I can say these words without any red dots and things like that. So, productivity. There will be a lot of quotes around my talk, and this is one of my favorite quotes. Is that you are better to be a good programmer with great habits than a great programmer with bad habits. A lot of our productivity is habits. It's how we proceed things, how we have done the things before we do the things overall. And this is a quote from me that the process is the automatic decisions of trivial question and the framework to make decisions when we have no idea what's going on. Those are like the interesting moments. The short version is don't work hard, work intelligent. And for my talk today, I'm going to focus on 3 topics because in order for us to be productive, we need to be first being able to focus. Then we need to be effective. And again, this would make us productive. But it doesn't matter to be productive if we actually don't have any goals. Like, if you don't have any goals, you would achieve those goals because they're nothing. So let's start first with the focus part. This is like the important part of, and this is actually the part that will be applicable for everybody who is not even an engineer. So the focus. So everybody knows this situation. You're in the zone, everything is great, stuff is happening, and somebody taps you on the shoulder and asks, do you have a second? Do you like a tea or coffee? And then it's the dark moment. It's what the hell I was doing here? Why is this window open? Where is my other window? What happens? So the thing about our focus is there is a cycle between two things. One is called the flow, and the other is managing the energy. Those two things kind of make us focus. Like the flow is the thing which the term is in the zone. This is, you are very focused. You have everything what it takes. Stuff just gets out of your head. You do everything. Everything works great. And the biggest enemy of the flow is called the task switching. This is where our mind has to switch task. This is like very system, like the way often I portray people's heads is like this. You versus your brain. Every time you try to do something, every time you try to focus, your brain doesn't like that. Because if you think about like human evolution, focus is not very, like it's phenomenon that you should always be looking at your surrounding. There will be a lion that will jump and eat you if you are not everywhere. So your mind doesn't like being forced to be focused. And your mind is constantly trying to push other things. Like how many times you start coding and remember, what was this movie name? Maybe I will just look it here. Or you start coding and it's like, what should I have for lunch? And everything gets done. So in order to sustain the flow, a strategy that I have found is called, it's usually what's next. So what I do is, I use an app called Todoist. I actually wrote an app called Focus Tasks just for me. And the idea there is every time I'm in the flow and some random idea comes to my head, I just write it here. So it's there, some of the ideas that come to my flow are actually related to the work I'm doing. Like, for example, let's say I'm writing a WebSocket. And I remember during the middle of the socket, I remember Martin's talk about the security. And I said, maybe I should add the security headers now. And if I follow my urge, I would start doing the security headers. Then when I think about the security headers, I would have to think about should I use JWT or something custom. Then I would go to this other rabbit hole. And I would start digging, and in the end, I just needed to fix the typo in one of the responses of the WebSocket. So it won't get me very far. But usually what happens to me is I just write this down. Okay, think about security when you're done with the current task. And the idea there is you just pile out all the works that you do. Like this small app that I wrote, shameless self-promotion plug, of course. You can download it from here. It's open source. You can look the code. It's great. But the idea of this was just a text file. Like before, when I worked, I just had a text file with 3 sections. And I would start from the middle. Often, when we work on tasks, we need to open like Jira, or if you're lucky, Trello. There is a GitHub repo. There might be like some discussion. Also, some Slack threads, some design assets, like if you're lucky Figma, if you're unlucky Photoshop, and things like that. So have all that stuff in your head, and you need to constantly switch tasks. Like, what was the ticket? What I needed to work on? And I had this file when it had all the bookmarks of all the links I needed. Also, I had this other section which is like, what's the things I need to work on? Everything which I write is like, oh, maybe I should refactor this. Oh, maybe I should do this. And I just pile all those things. And every time I'm done with the current thing I'm working on, I just go to the list, Usually delete half of it because it's nonsense, but the other part is something that shows me what's next. Because often when we lose focus is when we don't know what's next, when our mind starts wondering, what should I have for lunch? And the final part here is just random notes. Like sometimes you just need to scribble out. Like a small technique I have found is often when we think about things, we are not very, humans in general, we are not very good at just keeping stuff in our head. Usually it's very good to hand it out. Like often I just write like, okay, this is how I imagine this code, and I write like a pseudocode and I think, okay, that's a brilliant idea or a stupid idea. Usually it's in the middle. Or I want to argue with somebody about something. I first write my message here and I start reading my thoughts and like, those are not very good arguments, maybe I should reformat them. So yeah. Another thing to have your focus is just to eliminate distractions, like blocking websites. For example, right now I'm giving this talk and I put my phone in focus mode, so all weird notifications I'm getting doesn't get to me, and I can be fully focused and immersed in giving you this talk. Like before, this was called do not disturb mode. So the idea there is when you work, you just put the silencer on. Like like I know macOS, iPhones have this, most probably Android have it as well, Windows have it as well. Just turn off all the stuff when you just work on this, because don't give a chance to your brain to make you like run somewhere. The second part is also very important, and it's about energy. And there is a term which is called cognitive load. This is like, if you think about our heads, they're like computers, like they have memory, and our memory is getting drained. And this thing is called ego depletion. Like every time we make a decision, which we put any thoughts in, like a system to decision, this takes an energy, like becomes like this. You start the day, you have this full head, then start working, you have a couple of meetings, of course, meeting drain this a bit, actually drain this a bit more. You start to get in this mode where you are like, hopefully nobody on my talk is in this phase or something like that, or you get in the other phase where you feel like, okay, I'm overwhelmed, I have no idea what's happening. And if you think about my definition of a process, there is this keyword, automatic decisions. Like you should, in order to manage your energy, you should reduce the number of decisions you need to make every day, especially the days that you are making like big decisions. Like for example, if I know, okay, those 2 days I have really complicated problems to solve, like things that are big, and I know this at an advance. Often you know this. I honestly don't pick what to eat. I pick what to eat for the whole week just to know it, so I don't spend extra time. I don't spend extra time to pick up my clothes, for example. I say, okay, this week this is my clothes because I need to be in the zone. I need enough CPU energy to be there. And the way to handle this is, there is a couple of tools for that, like routines. Like if you have a routine, this is automatic decisions. You don't think about them. They become a second nature, zero energy. Have reminders. Like I'm a very big user of a reminder. Every time I need to do something at a certain time, I just have a reminder that reminds me I don't think about it. Honestly, I have no idea what to do in the next 2 hours. I have to check because I don't care. It's over there. Checklists is another useful thing that you need to do. Like for example, this is something we do at work. Every pull request have like a checkbox list of things that the engineer has to do before submitting the PR for final review. Most people check this, I hope. But it puts you in the mode, like just reading the list says, oh, did you do a self-review of the pull request? I didn't. Maybe I should do that. Hopefully you do that. Always do a pull request self-review before putting it for everybody else. Another thing is templates. Like, honestly, I have templates for pretty much, if you notice, like a lot of communication patterns that you need to do during work. Like, for example, let's say you are said, okay, we should post in a Slack channel what I did yesterday, like stand-ups and things like that. Okay, have it like a template. Like, this is my template when I just fill up the blanks today, yesterday. Have me a reminder that just at 9 or 8, or if you're a very early person, 7, just tells you, okay, post in this Slack channel, this template, you copy the template, you click the link, the link opens the Slack, and you just paste the link, and that's it. I mean, if you're a bit more crazy, you can automate this and make a button that asks you, or bot. That's another automation of that, and that's the final thing. Like, but automations takes a lot of time. So one of the life hacks I do is always like, this is something I do. I always know what we're going to wear tomorrow. I don't need to wake up and think about, I mean, I'm an engineer, I always wear like these clothes. I have them in 10 different same colors. But think about it, like what things I need to do early in the morning that are kind of useless. Like, I mean, wearing clothes is not useless, but picking what to wear can be postponed a bit. Another thing is capturing knowledge. Like the modern term for us is knowledge workers. For some reason, the definition of programmer changes from programmer to developer to engineer to knowledge worker. I know it's like changing, but the idea of there is like we need to capture knowledge. Like our head, like I really like this quote from David Allen. One of my favorite quotes is, our head is for creating ideas, not for storing them. Like when I walk and I have an idea, like there is a lot of ideas coming from here. And what I do is I store them, like I store them in an app. I mean, I use an app called Bear. And every week I have like this period every Saturday when I just look at all the list of the ideas and I'm like, that's pointless. That doesn't, okay, but there is some things that I want to do. And the things I want to do just come here as next things to do. Like I saw some article about some environment variable that optimizes the Ruby processes in a servers. When you put this variable, it changes how the garbage collector works. Wonderful idea, put it in the work, and we're going to deploy it in 2 weeks. That's it. I don't need to push like a whole week just walking, should I do this, should I not do this? I don't care. So as I mentioned, like this is like my personal knowledge base, or at least before the last reorganization of it. I had this folder of templates. I have this folder of like random thoughts when I walk and I'm like, I have this idea. No, I don't have the other idea. I also have this useful thing called how-tos, because often when we do stuff, how often you have done stuff and then forgot how you did it, and oh, I kind of remember this. So I just have a folder with like, for example, I work with GraphQL, and often I need to debug stuff, and I need to figure out what the hell was the retrospection query, and this was the introspection query. Also, I work a lot with Postgres, and damn, but I always forget the syntax for JSON BigQuery of the columns. It's something that I just have it, I always know it's here. I have a shortcut that just searches those, and I'm like, okay, this is how I do JSON B searches. And yeah, there is like, okay, it's this very obvious syntaxes with these weird symbols. So another thing that I do, and I haven't done this in a while because right now I don't work on big features, I make other people work on big features. So I have this process of splitting the work into smaller chunks. Like flow is great, but we need to split our work. And when we split our work, we often lose the connections between the parts. We lose the progress. So I had this technique of work, of presenting a flow of the feature I need to do. So this is a feature that I worked on a while ago, where this is the flow. This was an invitation system for claiming companies. Like there was like this invite window where an admin user can invite people via different methods. Those people go to an invite page and they can accept, be part of this organization or not. And this whole flow, so this is the flow I wrote just to figure out like what the hell I need to do with this feature. And this was the flow that I communicated with the product. The product just gave me, okay, this is the flow, this is the flow. I saw this flow. This flow actually gives me how to split this into tasks. Like for example, I first start with the invitation model. I just create the model. I open the PR with just a model. Then I implement one of the flows, invite an existing user because it's easy, because the user is already there. Then I completed the invite page because this connects me the whole flow. And then I handle, okay, I'm always going to accept this. And I implemented this, and the way I handle this is in all my pull requests, I give a screenshot of this chart, and I mark with green the flow that is done, that is part of this PR, is in yellow. Like you open this PR and say, okay, open the PR, and the yellow part, this is the part of the workflow. So somebody who reviews my PR sees that. With the green, I actually know, okay, I'm almost done here. Most probably we won't implement invite by unique link because the sprint is ending. And this is also another tool I use for communicating with the product, because on the product manager, I send them this chart, and they ask you, how often there is like a product manager or got sent a project manager. So they come to you and they're like, what's the progress on this task? And you're like, so I'm almost done, but I need to implement this, and this, also this with this, we still haven't done the security check. And they're like, okay, so you're late. Good job. But if I send them this, they actually know, okay, what's the flow. Also, this can be given to the QA. So you just, the other thing with being productive and effective is do something once and just distribute it. Like a chart like this, you just give it. I wrote a blog post about how I, again, plan the features, how I implement this with feature flags and things like that. So this part of the talk was exactly about the focus, like what makes us, okay, being focused, being in the moment. The next part is being effective. Oops, sorry about that. So again, it's fine to be in the focus, but if you're not effective, you're like a Buddhist monk. You just sit and you are in the zone, but you don't do anything. And the next step is being effective. So being effective, I split it into two parts again. First is know your craft. Be like craftsmanship. Know what you're doing. The second one is know your tools. This is how you get fast. So know your craft. So, I mean, we are engineers, and or knowledge workers, or programmers, or developers, or the next fancy word in 2 years that will be picked for our profession. So know your craft. So this is the technology set. Like, this is technologies which I use pretty much always, every day. And those technologies look like a lot. Like, everybody comes to engineering, there is so much tools, there's so much technology, everything is changing so rapidly, and we are using React for 6 years now, and it's okay, when we're going to the next thing. And if you think about the technologies, they're like this, like, okay, there is this thing, this library, so this is React, this is the web component part, this connects with here, here's the WebSocket, and this is very unconnected, and looks like very overwhelming. So when you have to know your craft, I mean, the fundamentals and all the things we as engineers have figured out in the last, let's say, 70, 80 years, I mean, fundamentals are pretty much the same. Like, let's go, I mean, this is a JavaScript conference, and so far I haven't used the word JavaScript. So let's talk about this. Like, if you think about first principles, in order for you to be an effective JavaScript engineer, first, you need to know JavaScript. Like, you need to know the language. You need to know when it comes, how it works. You need to know the details. You shouldn't be confused by this. The next step, TypeScript. I mean, this is now new, the industry standard. You need to know what does TypeScript add, what's the benefits, how it works. The next step, in my opinion, is actually learn Node, because it's a smaller sunset and also would make you learn how the event loop works in a better way. You're going to learn some of the backend, the packages and all of that. Then you need to learn the browser. How does the page is rendered? What's the performance? How all the stuff works? And if you think about it, if you know how the JavaScript works, it's easy to get the connection. Then, I mean, use React, because right now it's one of the most popular libraries. But if it's not React, if sometimes there is something new here, notice that you will use all this knowledge here. And in the end, you learn Next.js. And again, there is a lot of things to learn. There is too much stuff. But the core is, if you have the fundamentals, it's very easy to understand the concepts. And for me, again, the best way to learn JavaScript, and this is something that it's very old, it's like 2005 or 2006. This is still the best lecture of JavaScript. And it's like a 5-hour video series, quote on JavaScript. The first 2 hours, the guy actually explains why we use, in HTML, why do we use those brackets and don't use something else? Why this symbol was chosen, how we use this, why HTML is called hypertext, where all this came from. And there is so much useful fundamental advice of the things that are being used. And I mean, this guy wrote like the Bible of JavaScript, the good parts. And a lot of people say, yeah, but we write a new modern JavaScript, it's totally new. No, it's not. It's just the same language with new tools, with new beauty things on top of it. And I still remember like when I was younger, and there was this library called Prototype.js. So this is the first real JavaScript library. It was the one before jQuery. Actually, some of the limitations of prototype make the Racinger guy to wrote jQuery. So prototype.js added a lot of capabilities to JavaScript as a language that we know for today. Like it added the function map, the function for each. It added, inject, reduce. It added a lot of those useful methods. All the cool things that we have in the strings or in the array were added in prototype because JavaScript is a language that can be very easily extended. And I remember when I was, again, younger, and I very well remember this day I was back from school. I was going to school back then. And I was reading the source code of the prototype because it seems like magic. Like, how can this library do this and this and this? And I had this moment where it's like the light bulb. Oh, I understand. If you add this to the prototype, it gets here. This is how it does a cycle. This is how it comes. And this knowledge is new to me. Like, just knowing how map, reduce, for each worked, translates it to a lot of like functional programming. Like every time when people were talking about functional programming, how great it is, it's like, okay, it's just functions that you compose. It wasn't very special to me. Another thing which it's useful to do time to time is just read the source code. Like we as developers read a lot of code, or we should. So I decided, like often when I'm stuck with something, and I'm too bored to go to Stack Overflow or ask some of my colleagues, I just go and read the source. Like, just go in and see what's going. Like, most of the times you have no idea what's going on. It's very complicated, it's very difficult, but when you open it for the 100th time, it starts to make sense, especially if you lock the same library. So let's say, I will just show you the source code for React hooks. Because, how many of you use Reacted hooks here? All right. How many of you actually know how they're implemented and all their intricacies and go to the source code? Okay, so this is the use effect, one of the most complicated hooks and this is how it's implemented. It's actually very simple. We just resolve something called dispatcher and call use effect on it. So this is the implementation of use effect. It's genius, but if you just look at here, you start asking yourself questions like, what the hell is a dispatcher? And what does it need to be resolved? Also, if you think about performance and you start debugging systems and start thinking on like first level principles, it's like, okay, how does this function work? How many function calls I actually need to make, like the VM of JavaScript? Like resolve dispatcher gets an object, this object dispatches something. So, okay, let's continue. What's the dispatcher? And by the way, for interested, there is these URLs here with all the links. So the next part, this is the dispatchers. It turns out React doesn't have one dispatcher. It has like dispatcher, which is an interface, which is the same implementation in different states. So it has something called hook dispatcher on mount. So when a component is being mounted, there is a function that's being executed. There is a dispatcher on update, a dispatcher on render, and context-only dispatcher. I have no idea what's the purpose there. But if you look at this and you start thinking, and I like to think most of the time, that means that if I have to, that when we mount stuff in React, it's very different. So the rules of the system are different than when we update and render. That's a useful knowledge. I don't know if I'm going to use it. And again, the funny thing is if you notice this file name, okay, because we have the video here, so it's not very visible, but the file name here is reactfiberhooks.new.js. That's how they named this file. And they have .alt.js there. And like some day they would have like React hook dispatch 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, the joke was nice when I was not here to stop it. So let's continue our journey here. So if you look at our journey, this is the update ref hook. That is the function that's actually going to be called by the dispatcher. And again, very obvious what's happening here. We're getting update work in progress hook. What the hell is that? No idea. But we get the memorized state there for this use ref. And this is the implementation of this hook. And I won't go through it. It's like, it's a bit more. It's a bit more like, it's a very long file. But if you read through it and you start thinking about it, okay, so every time I do a hook, oh, this JavaScript gets executed. This actually made me think that I shouldn't write so many hooks. But the idea here is you start analyzing this. Like another example for this is recently Next.js did a very major update on their library, and they have this new image component, and everybody's, we should use the image component, and I'm like, why? And they're like, they told us to. And I'm like, every time somebody told me that, I'm like, let's open the source and let's read the code. And it's like almost 1,000 lines of JavaScript code. And I'm like, okay, if in most uses in my application, how many of those lines actually going to do something useful? And it's like 8 lines most of the time. Like, we didn't use the resizing, we have the other thing, and it's like, okay, then we don't use it. And, but it's there. And like, okay, if you have a good reason to use it, but you have to have a good reason. Like, you need to say, okay, there is this unique feature that is very hard to implement by us. And so far it isn't. It's like 8 lines of code. We just load the images, the image RSS, and things like that. So this is, again, the fundamentals. Like, we as JavaScript engineers, or engineers in general, we need to just think about, okay, we know the code. Like, this is the thing. We have to understand how the language works. Like, why, for example, this dispatcher can be a different object. How does the reference work? Like, how those pieces of the system work? The rest of it is just like boilerplate. Like, is it React? Is it Angular? Is it Next? Is it like after Next or Next new.4 or something like that? Doesn't matter. The next step, and this is something which it was very popular maybe like 10 years ago in certain developer community, was knowing your tools, like knowing the tools you're going to use for your work. Because as I mentioned, if we come back to my previous, what was I was talking about before the tools? Let me think about, oh yeah, I was talking about the flow and the focus and the making the management of the energy. So if our tools we are fighting with them, if we need to do stuff a lot of times, this takes us energy, and we need to manage that precious resource called energy. So if you think about as engineers, what are the common things we do every day? Hopefully you run tests. Like this should be very important, please do it. But you run tests. The second thing is you search in the code base. Like how often you are like, okay, where is this thing? How can I open this? What's this function? Where is this? You search in the code base. Then is jumping across files. Like, oh, I need to see what's the implementation of this thing. I need to see what's this. I need to see what this. How often like you are using stuff without knowing what's happening. The next thing, refactoring. Like most of the stuff, the times the code is written down for you. Or if you're working on a feature, at least that's what I do, I did like 5-6 refactorings just in a single run on the feature. And your refactoring should be real fast. Like how fast you extract a new variable, how much you actually split the function into two. Another refactoring that a lot of people forget, by the way, is often what people do with refactoring is like, I have this big thing, and I'm going to split it into smaller chunks. That looks great, it's amazing. But then what happens is, in order to understand it, I have to open like 7 files. And each of those are used just once, and I have no idea what's going on. I have to play a computer and interpret all this code in my head. So another useful refactoring tool that I think every engineer should use more is you see a lot of small pieces and you combine them into something bigger where all the logic is in front of you. So often when I work on a feature and I am feeling stuck and the code seems to be fighting, like I need to add this prop to like 5 components. Oh, there is this function, then it needs to get this other function. What I do, and often I just do it and I revert back my code because I understand, but I combine everything into one file and just start working with this big file and split it again and split it again, then combine it again. And we do this all the time. And this should be fast. I don't think about it, it just happens. AI, like GitHub Copilot, would start splitting the code at some point. The other thing is searching documentation. Like you need to remember, like you have an autocomplete on VS Code, but what the hell is this argument doing really? What's the example? What's the CSS property that clips an object and how it should be used? And finally, we sometimes have to write code, like the most fun part, but that's actually, if you notice, like in the end, this is when we actually write the code. And when you think about your tools, like think about all those things, you do them over and over and over again. And that's the thing, the tools that you use, like your samurai sword, like your editor should be your base. Like this should be the whole, like again. And again, there is Visual Studio Code. I don't know, most of you use Visual Studio Code, right? How many people use VS Code? How many people use Vim? All right. I mean, if I had the ducks, I'm going to throw them. I would get some from Martin, and I'm going to throw them back to you. So yeah, I mean, if people use VS Code, it's great. It has amazing features. It's great. It's good one. Every time I pair with somebody from my team who uses VS Code, I installed like 5 plugins and starts working properly and stuff gets in. But again, I use Vim. I mean, I pretty much automated all that stuff. Stuff flies through. But the idea there is not exactly what's your editor, but just optimize your flow. Like think about, I do this like 200 times. Also, there is this very interesting thing when people start to think. Usually when people start to think, ideas start to arise. Like often when I start to think, okay, why I'm doing this for the 80th time, I actually start getting like a very good insights into what I do. This is the moment when you start leveling up. Another thing is I use those 2 tools. One is called Alfred. It's like a command line searcher for the Mac, and an app called Dash. So what Alfred gives me is when I hit, and I actually don't know the keys because it's so burned into my memory, I think it's Option space. When I click this, there is this big window opening in the middle of my system, and here I can write React and say use, and it gives me all the React hooks, and it can give me all the options, and I click enter, and it jumps back to each documentation there. And the nice thing about Think is, I mean, it's offline, like it stores everything locally, so you don't need internet, it's really fast, and you just write the docs, and the stuff comes in. Like, for example, if I use Ruby on Rails, which doesn't have such a great autocomplete as TypeScript, and here I'm working of the word that's called krate, which most probably is create, with a typo here. And I'm trying to figure this out, and it tells me, okay, this is all the function, I click there is documentation. And actually, Alfred is a really good productivity tool that I use. I have a blog post about it that explains all the useful features there and how it can speed up a lot of the things I do. Like, for example, I have a shortcut in Alfred that opens our organization GitHub repo with all the PRs that are marked for review and I still haven't reviewed. So during the day, if I need to do a review of somebody's code, and right now we have like 30, 40 PRs open per day, and I'm like, okay, which one did I look at, which one I didn't? So I have this shortcut where I log like pull requests for reviews, and it just goes to this bookmark. Or I have like this very good, what's another cool trick that I use there? Oh yeah, I have Google Translate. So sometimes I just translate words because not a native speaker, obviously. My Bulgarian is quite terrible. So I use spelling. Like, it's a very useful tool. And when we talk about tools, like again, there is a lot people take about, yeah, we set up our editors, they're like spaceships, they do all the cool stuff, they're really great. That's amazing from our end, and that's great, but unfortunately, like, as happy we are to build the code, we work with other people, which sometimes has its quirks. So when you think about your tools, you have a couple of others. You have your email client, like you need to deal with email, like most probably, or Slack or whatever. So you have the calendar, like, okay, there is meetings, recurring meetings, which meetings I have to be there, which I don't. If you are like you use Trello, like some of the enterprise use Jira or something else. And the thing about it is all those tools have shortcuts. All those things have tricks. Like, for example, I use Slack a lot. And Slack actually has some really cool features. Like, for example, it has a bookmarking feature that, okay, I see something interesting that I need to comment or do something, I just bookmark it, and every 5 or 6 hours when I have time, I just click through my old bookmarks and actually do any actionable things. I can mute channels, which I don't care, except if somebody mentions me, like half of my work is muted. So see all the tools that you use, what are the shortcuts which you can use. And especially if you use web apps. There is this magic thing on the web called URL. I don't know how many of you have used the URL, but the URL has properties, and often a lot of those tools have URLs. Like, for example, let's create a cart with a template. It's a URL with the query params that, for example, you can make like a shortcut and open it and have it. And you don't need to think about it. Like, a lot of those tools you need to get better at. Like, how do you manage the email? Like, for example, I have like 7 emails, and I'm in inbox 0 right now. And I'm always in inbox 0. Why? Because I'm very aggressive of removing all the spam, marking stuff, postponing stuff, and things like that. So, for the final part of my talk, the gold part, the thing about this here is exactly which we have to think about. It's like, okay, we are very efficient, but we are very efficient making nothing. How can we actually get better at what we are doing? And one good way is to drink more water, by the way. Water is very healthy for you, it helps you, and it's life, pretty much. So, there is another good quote from Eric Ries from Lean Startup. It's like, reading is good, action is better. Like, again, you need to do stuff. Like I know a lot of friends which I have who are like, okay, I read everything on this subject. And I'm like, okay, what of those things you actually do? No, I still haven't read everything. And it's like, okay, I had, I mean, are they in the room? No, they are not. So I have those friends who are very into like testing. And don't tell them I mentioned them. And they were like reading every book, watching every video. And I'm like, okay, how many tests did you do? No, I didn't do any tests because it was very hard. And it's like, okay, I mean, and the thing about you start doing stuff. So the way I'm thinking about goals is I put them in 3 buckets. And when I think about those buckets, it's again, I have personal goals, things I want to achieve for myself, my family, and so on and so forth. Like things that are for me. I have work goals because careers and things like that. And I have something that I call the baseline. And those is just stuff that I need to do anyways. And this is just the stuff I do on autopilot now, just because it's useful. Like for example, personal goals. I want to go to Japan. I want to weigh 19 kilos. Work. I want to ship a claiming of Product Hub. No idea, don't care what it is, it's a feature. I need to learn more about Postgres internals because we have some Postgres issues and I need to go deeper into Postgres. So that's the learning goal. And my baseline, okay, I need to do 10,000 steps per day. I need to train for 3 days of a week and I need to sleep for 8 hours at night, at least 2 nights or 3 max. I mean, sleep is also very important. But, and again, and the way I split the goals is the goals are split into buckets as well. Because it's very important for you to bucket things. Because if you have something that's a very long list, nothing gets done. Stuff needs to be just streamed. Also, that works very well if you need to optimize databases. If you have a very big table, it's very hard to optimize, so split it into chunks. So again, goals. Start from yearly. What do I want to do this year? Just asking this question, even if you don't decide what you want to do this year, actually puts you in like a thinking mode. Then monthly, weekly, and daily. Like, what do I want to do today? And it's very simple. Like, most people actually don't know what they need to do today. Like, for example, I have a very clear agenda what I need to do today. I don't need to think about it. I need to give a talk, which should be ending in 20 minutes. But it will be done faster. And the other thing about the prioritization. So this is another thing which people get very wrong. They say, I want to do those things, and they give like 20 things. And nothing gets done because it's 20 things. And nobody can do 20 things, except if they are useless and very small. The way I do prioritization is I never go more than 3 things in priority. Like, for example, every week I have to write to our CEO, okay, what are my top priorities for this week that I need to accomplish? And what I do is I always say, my first priority is this. My second priority is this, my third priority is this, and I have those other 3 that are just floating. Don't expect them to happen. It should be an amazing week if those happen, but that's a clear choice. And when I think about it is, okay, what are my top priorities? And I know, and the other things, when you have top priority, 1, 2, 3, doing the top priority first sometimes doesn't work. Like, when you have like more than 2 priorities, the order doesn't matter if you do them all. Like if I do 1, 2, 3, the order doesn't matter. It matters if I cannot do 1, of course. But sometimes, for example, I start with my 3rd priority just to get it out of my way, so I don't think about it because it's easier. Or sometimes I start from the 2nd one. Sometimes I start from the 1st because it's the bigger one. And this is like the goal. And all those things are very complicated. And again, those things sound like, oh man, that's so much work. I don't want to work. I want to have vacations a lot of time. And the cool thing about it is, if you need to do just one thing, if this is like the thing that you take from this talk, except learn JavaScript and use Vim, another thing that you need to take from this talk is the goal review. Like, this is something that takes you like half an hour. Like, just sit one Sunday or Saturday and just see, okay, what did I did this week? Where did my life go? What's my life? I mean, don't ask your life purpose. This might get you into like a weird tangents and other crazy stuff. Don't ignore that. But just for 1 hour, like just spend half an hour and think about, okay, what did I do? What happened this week? Where did my time go? And this is, again, I just started with a weekly review. So I'm like, okay, I do it a bit more because my process is a lot more refined, just because I do it a lot of the time. So every time I ask, okay, what is the status of my goal? Did I accomplish the things I wanted to accomplish? What went well? Like, if you notice, this comes from a lot of like retros. If people have made you done retros where you said everything that's gone wrong and then you don't follow up on that and just gets into like a Notion doc somewhere and nobody reads it. If you go to something like that, I mean, doesn't help, but just asking those questions for yourself and being very honest, because it's you against the paper if you write it on paper, a display if you want it on display, your head if you do it in your head, but please don't do it in your head because your head lights. But just think about it, and just asking yourself this starts turning the wheels, and when the wheels start turning, Nothing more profound here. So some learning materials. There is a couple of nice books that I really liked, and they're really good. So the first one, and this is, I think, this book, even if you don't want to get more productive, is The Pragmatic Programmer. Like, it's, I think, the book that every engineer should get. Like, when I hire an engineer, this is the book I give them. This is the book I give those engineers. The Pragmatic Programmer. This is like really the best book for everybody doing engineering work. It makes you be more pragmatic. It actually teaches you a lot about software architecture, about how to structure your code, how to communicate. Like it, I think it's the Bible. Soft Skills is also a very interesting book for engineers, because as much as we like to code, we need to talk with some devices which are outside of the computer, like code people, and managers, and clients, and God knows how. And soft skills is very useful. It puts some stuff. Those other two, the getting things done, the Checklist Manifesto, the peak performance, like those books, okay, it's nice to be read. They're not very, like, they can be actionable if you want to become a robot, but they give you a nice perspective, like getting things done. Like, I know a lot of people who are very productive, who do a lot of productivities. Everybody have read Getting Things Done. Everybody says, I don't use this methodology. And when you start talking with them, you see that their personal process have a lot of the core of the concept, because there is a lot of useful ideas. They do a review. They say, okay, I have an idea, just put it in a bucket and I will review it sometime later. And they do a lot of those things. Checklist Manifesto is actually about doctors for some reason. The idea of this book, the Checklist Manifesto, is a very interesting way of like addressing quality. It's addressing quality in the terms of like, and honestly, we as engineers have this naturally. We have this thing called continuous integration, where we actually have a checklist. Does our code pass the linter? Does our code passes all the tests? Does it compile, which should be the first step actually? Then do our code deploy? And we have all of these things. And we use this a lot in our code. We have a lot of automated checks. We make sure our code works, but we don't do this for ourselves. Like, okay, what's everything I need to do when I open a PR? And I always do pretty much the same. For example, I have a checklist in my head, which I most probably should get out of there. Every time I review a pull request, I have a process. I always start reading the pull request from the bottom with the tests, which usually are in the bottom of the page, and just start reading those and jump very crazy on the file, and then use the GitHub I saw this file checkbox as a checklist that I checked all the files. And peak performance, I have no idea what this book was about. Maybe about peak performance of some people. I don't know why I put this here. I'm joking, it's a very good book. It explains that it's very important that you shape your environment and things like that. So, a very good recap. And this is something I read on the internet. I have no idea. If somebody knows who said that, please tell me so I can change it in the slide and I don't look that. So every productivity system eventually stops working, and there is nothing we can do about it. And actually, if I need to change this, I would say every system, like we work on systems, we build systems, and those systems break all the time because they evolve, they change. The only system that I ever worked on that haven't broken is the one that I just wrote yesterday, or the ones that already don't run because the business failed. Yeah, there are some of those. And yeah, it's fine. I mean, stuff changes, and we should be fine with all the change. And again, the thing about it is we need to think about, like just the process of thinking about it makes our head start to spin, make all this decision. If we just improve like one step today, one step tomorrow, and things like that, things get better. If we drink enough water, also things get better. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what the talk was about. Again, in order for you, in my opinion, to be productive, again, you need two things. You need to be focused on what you are doing, and you need to be effective. Like, you need your system to get out of the way. You need to shape your environment. You need to basically not think about it. Like, again, when I work on Vim, a lot of people are like, what happened here on the screen? I'm like, I have no idea, because I totally don't know what the shortcuts I'm using, because they're so burned into my brain that I have no idea what they are. Like, how many of you actually have copied and pasted text from somewhere and you didn't even remember that you clicked command, what's it, C or what, I don't remember what was the shortcut for copy, because it's so burned into my brain. So yeah, thank you very much. And there was a lot of links, so all the links couldn't be found here. And I think we have some time for questions. I think we have like around 10 minutes. And there is a guy with a microphone. Say hi to Valю.
Там дигнаха първи. Не си. Значи ти си бил. Ми трябва.
You mentioned, you mentioned refactoring as a common operation. Would you say it's a best practice, and should we refactor working code?
Yeah, like, so the question was, should we refactor working code, of course.
Yeah.
Like, if you can make, like, this was something I was doing when I was younger and I had more free time than it was useful. I was getting like an open source library, like let's say a JavaScript drop-down menu. And I just started refactoring the hell out of it, just removing code, removing all the useless parts, removing all the options. And this was very useful to me. I never published this code. Sometimes I actually just run it once or twice that I see that it works, but it gives me this mechanics of just being able to jump into a code base, figure out, okay, what's happening here, and how can I change this code and how can I move it? Just mechanically, like when you do like martial arts and stuff like that, you always do like those weird actions like 200 times. The same thing is with code. Like how many times we copy paste code? How many times we split the file into multiple pieces? How many times when we refactor something we don't test that we actually fix what we are factoring? So it's a very useful thing. Is it useful to commit this afterwards? Depends.
I have a question regarding the chart you showed with where you have a feature that you're working on, and you describe the steps it needs to go through.
Yep, 3 seconds, it was this one.
Yeah. How often are you actually implementing this kind of stuff in your work? And is it part of the workflow? Because I've tried to do stuff like that, and the time it will take me to like implement this chart, I will be done with half of the work and it will be maybe useless.
So I do this very often. How often do I actually share it with people? That's another subject. Often I do it just for me, just so I can understand the feature. Because how often you just open a piece of paper and you start writing. And the other thing is, it's also about the tools. Like for example, I use Whimsical and Exceedrow to draw things. And because I do this very often, I'm very fast with it. Like I use shortcuts, and just building this takes me like 5 minutes max. And a lot of this is like just figuring out the logic and making all the angles be right, so it has like symmetry. Often, like the thing about it is, if you say, okay, you try to do it, but it takes you a lot of time, the next time you do it, it will take less time, less and less and less. It's the same thing as code review. Every time we do code review, the first time it's very hard, takes a lot of time, but you have to do it like, if you review 40 PRs per day, you do it for like 2 minutes.
Check, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's working. So I'm going to ask a bit of an existential question. If I put myself in the shoes of someone who does not have an explicit productivity system, and I watch your talk for the first time, I think I will feel quite overwhelmed, perhaps a bit paralyzed, because I must say to myself, I'm doing nothing with my life, I'm doing everything wrong. So my question to you would be, how would you approach and perhaps pitch this to someone who's going to be completely overwhelmed by, oh wow, all the things that you're using? And if you have to say priority, number one, start here, to someone who's new to this, what would it be?
That's a great question. So the question in general is like, how would you say somebody who has no idea about productivity, where their life is going? Like, I cannot tell you where your life should be going. I'm not that kind of person. But again, the main thing of this talk is, again, not feel overwhelmed. Like it seems very complicated, it seems very big. The idea here is, there is 2 things you can take from this. The first thing is just thinking about that stuff. Like, just the process of thinking and asking yourself, what do I do at work? What's my goals? Like, just asking the questions starts turning your wheels. I really should have a GIF with the turning wheels on these slides, now I remember this. And the second thing is the weekly review over here. So this is the second thing, like, just make it so, like, put something in your calendar every Saturday or Sunday for like half an hour. Just sit down and write down, okay, what did I did this week? And what do I want to do next week? Just those 2 questions, just start with this and start seeing the progress. Like stuff, I mean, Rome was not built for 1 day. It was built for how many days? I think 220 something. Totally made up number, but the idea there is, the goal here is that every system breaks. Like if I give this talk in a year or 2 years or 5 years, it will be very different. I have given this talk a version of at least the 3rd time. Every time change my process, and every time some parts become a lot more complicated, sometimes become a lot more simpler. The more simpler part are the ones that are stayed, the more complicated part break. Like complex things break. But think about it, it's just 2 things. First, start thinking about this stuff and use the weekly review. Apart from that, the rest of it, the 3rd thing is just write things down. Like, don't keep stuff in your head. That's the 3rd thing that you need to remember. Okay, any other questions? All right.
End of QA session.
Okay. All right.
My name is Jeff Freeback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
Hey.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for data art. Data art doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to data art's flexibility. Data art's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. Data art is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for data art and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join data art.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на Сирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. Затова са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но Сирма определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в Сирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, страхотно.
My name is Jeff Preback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Panda's strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
Супер! Добре дошли. Това е сесията за...
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days,
хора, които ползват GitHub, Pandas е един доста известен проект. Как комюнитито използва GitHub, как им помага да се организират issues, проекти и така нататък. И предполагам, доста от вас ползват GitHub или са ползвали. Супер, супер. GitHub е известен до голяма степен с възможностите да, как да го кажем, да ползваме Git репо. След това се появиха GitHub Actions. Страхотно. Чуваме се още. Нали така? Страхотно. След това се появиха GitHub Actions, а след това се появиха още няколко доста подобрения. И част от нещата, за които хората може би не са чували, това са Code Spaces и Copilot. Тоест, това, което ще направим днеска и в тази сесия е 100% да видим как работят тези неща. И когато подготвях, как да го кажа, тази сесия, си мислих за две неща. Първо, няма да има абсолютно никакви слайдове. 100% сме лайв, кодинг, абсолютно нищо, което е пререкорднато, което винаги за мен е било някакъв ужас, нали, да кодиш пред хора и хората да гледат, нали, как кодиш. Винаги съм се притеснявал и когато сме правили pair програминг, някой да ми седи зад гърба и да ми да гледа. И второто нещо е, че ми трябва интернет връзка, така че ползвам и публичния интернет, така че има много възможности цялото това нещо да фейлне и се надявам то да сработи. Сега, за мен е 2-3 думички, може би някои от вас ме видяха на първоначалното представяне. Казвам се Алекс, работя за Microsoft от близо 6 години, бях дев евангелист беше тогава, което е общо взето това, което правя и в момента. Към днешна дата това, което правя или титлата е Dev Engagement Lead, т.е. в 30-те страни, които представляват Централна и Източна Европа, аз съм гласа на девелоперите пред Microsoft. Тоест, връщам обратна връзка, работя с девелопери, самия аз идвам от девелопер бекграунд, може да погледнете LinkedIn ми за всичките тези възможности, съответно един follow в Twitter е винаги добре дошъл. Това ни помага като спикъри да ни избират. Като погледнат колко човека имаш в Twitter, ако кажат, имаш 300 фолуари, значи не ставаш много за спикър, така че ако кликнете info, е добре дошъл. Така, сега, имаше няколко много интересни въпроса, може би някои от вас ме видяха на щанда. Всъщност как Microsoft е свързан с GitHub. Microsoft преди 3 години вече купи GitHub, реално, но това са две отделни организации, т.е. Microsoft притежава GitHub, но GitHub продължава да оперира като отделна организация. Should I switch to English, by the way? Okay. All right. So, let me kind of start from here. So, while I was during I would say our booth, kind of giving out t-shirts, etc., people were asking me how is Microsoft related to GitHub. So, for those of you that kind of missed the news, Microsoft purchased GitHub a couple of years back, and GitHub is operating as its own entity, and it's developing its own products. But we are one family, let's put it like this. But a couple of really great stuff kind of emerged out of this. Having the GitHub technology reach to community and all the great stuff that they are providing, and the power of, let's say, the cloud or the Azure, the compute that Microsoft's providing. Because large part of what Microsoft's doing today is actually Azure. And this means a lot of machines that needs to be used for something. And one of those features that kind of came up was the GitHub Actions, where you can spin up a build and have a deployment. So this is actually Azure behind it. And there were like other two things that kind of popped up. One of them, I think it's not that popular, is the code space. So we'll kind of look at details what code space exactly is, but code space would actually be a development environment in the cloud. Basically, you're using either your favorite development environment, or you can use our browser-based VS Code, and a container or a VM will spin up in the backend where the code will be checking, and you'll be doing all your coding in the cloud. Now, a lot of people will ask, like, what's the reason for this? Like, why we are doing this? Now, let me just give you a couple of examples from my experience. For example, while I was part of a product group at Cisco, we were not allowed to have a code on our local machines. The code was not supposed to leave the premises. So we were either using VMs or something like this would have been very useful. The other thing would be you have a development environment with a lot of services running around. For example, for one of the products that I've worked, I had to use a NoSQL database, a SQL database, Solr for indexing, and a couple of other stuff. So running all those stuff on your VM, on your laptop is not a great option, so this is another angle. And maybe last but not least, if you have an iPad with a keyboard, you can launch a browser and basically have a development environment with everything that you need. So that's what CodeSpace is all about. The other thing that I think got a little bit more popularity and people are really interested what exactly is doing is the Copilot. So Copilot is another feature which basically allows you, when you use the plugin in VS Code, and there's like a bunch of other development environments supported, what it's doing is it's kind of recommending you code. So it kind of picks up the context of the things that you are doing, And then you're asking like, I want to do something, but I'm not exactly sure how to structure it, and it will provide you with code snippets that you want to use. So let me pause here for a second, and let me just set up the stage. Me, as a dev advocate, means that I usually write in 3 or 4 languages during a month, so JavaScript, Java, it could be Rust or maybe Go. I'll be switching a lot of frameworks, a lot of stuff. So, for example, my core language is Java, and I'm pretty well familiar what I'm doing there, but when I switch to another language, I usually forget something, or I haven't used, for example, Express framework for a long time, I wouldn't know the exact syntax. So that's where the Copilot would help me, rather than going to Stack Overflow or any other forums or official documentation to copy and paste something. This would be directly bring to my environment. So that's like, long story short, what's Copilot all about. Now you might ask, like, how is Copilot recommending all those nice features and how is recommending code? And that's where I would say GitHub really shines. And if you've been following, there's been, I think that it's just finished, the Octoverse, the GitHub annual event. So these are the latest, I would say, numbers and data that's been brought out of it. So 94 million developers on GitHub, a lot of companies, a lot of open source projects. 90% of companies use open source projects. So we have like commercial software that's using open source, and there's like number of contributions to open source projects. So if you think about it, that's a lot of code. And that's a great exercise for machine learning to learn how to write code. And a lot of people were asking, like, where is this code coming from? Does it go to a public repo, finds a code snippet, copies it and pastes it in your environment? Does it work like that? And honestly, I don't have a clear answer. It's a kind of a black magic stuff, but from what I know from my colleagues, all the code is generated through a machine learning. So there's no copy paste, although sometimes you can see like commands or something like this, but this is a generated code. Now, a lot of people are like, yeah, but my code is unique, I want to protect it, I would never go to GitHub if it's scanning my code, etc. Don't worry, there's like a setting where you can say, I don't want Copilot to look at my code, it's mine, I keep it as a private repo, that's completely okay, so there's option like this as well. Cool, so that's what we are going to talk about. The other thing was, I got a question like, Microsoft, is it all about like .NET, like why, what you are doing here, like what's Microsoft doing here? And since the, let's say, Azure kind of appeared, I was originally recruited to speak for the open source project and open source languages running on top of Azure. So we do support all the languages, and we do have a dedicated page for the JavaScript developers. There's actually not only learning resources, beginners learning resources, tutorials, and all the frameworks that we are doing, as well how you can use Azure services to host the things that you are doing. And with that, I've set up the stage, and well, let's go to GitHub and see some of the things that are there for Java developers. Now, before jumping to code space, let me show you my personal email. That's my personal email. And here you can see that GitHub is sending me regular alerts. So for every developer out there, there's an option now. If you go to the security settings, and you can enable something that's called a Dependabot. Now, what is Dependabot doing? Dependabot is checking all your dependencies, the ones that you are using. If you remember when you do like npm install, and then you see a whole bunch of libraries kind of being included in your code, Dependabot will take care of scanning those libraries over time, and if there's a security vulnerability discovered in one of them, it's going to recommend you an update. And it's going to do like a couple of great stuff, just send you the alert, send you an information, what exactly is the problem, but also for some of those cases, it's going to create a pull request for you. So you just need to review the pull request, do the commit, and then you're free. There's no more security issues or security threats. So that's one of the features. It's free, it's available. You just need to enable it for your repos. Okay, so let me kind of give a little bit more background. What we are going to do is we are going to start a repo from scratch. What I'm going to try to do is actually to create a code space environment where I'll be doing my code. We'll install the Copilot, and I'll try to guide Copilot to code for me. We'll try to create an application, something simple, web application, REST-based API, a MongoDB connection or something like this, and we'll see how GitHub Copilot is performing. All of this is live, so I haven't rehearsed it, and in a way I'll be winging it, so please bear in me. And from time to time, if I do struggle with the Node.js, I do expect you guys to help me out with some of the things that we are there. So let's start. Let me just create or maybe I can use an existing repo. Let's say, okay, let's create a new repo, and we'll call this JSTalks 2020. Okay, select an owner, that's me, description, JS demo. We'll make this public. Let's have a README file. As a template, I'll use something that will kind of make sure my gitignore take care of all the Node dependency as a license, an MIT license, and I think I'm good with my repo. Let's give it a go. Now, oh great. One other trick that not many people might know, before starting the code spaces and all that stuff, if you go up here in the URL, and instead of com, you write a dev, look what's going to happen. You're getting a Visual Studio Code in the browser with your source repo directly available. So you can install some of the extensions here, but not all are supported. Remember, there's no VM running behind it. It's just a pure web application. So anyway, it will take some time to show me which are the extensions that I can do, but let me just quickly add maybe app.js. This would be the start of our application. And if I go here to the browser, as you can see, I can always do a add, and then I can do a commit. Hopefully, yeah, I can do a commit. So initial commit. So it's not just I would say, an editor. It's a way for you to edit your files and kind of do commits as well. You can do this in any repo. So previously, that was a challenge for me. You go to the repo, you start opening files, but now all of those files are available for you directly. So let me jump back. So we do have our first commit. Let's see if it's going to pop up. The index file, it's here, it's great. Now, what we can do is launch a code space, the development environment for us. A couple of options. If you go here, there are a couple of things that you can do. You can do a configuration of your containers. I'll show this a little bit later, but new with options. So basically, you're saying which is the main branch that you want to check out, and what's happening when you're building the container. GitHub will do a shallow checkout, so it's going to check out just the latest Git commit. It's not going to check out the entire repo. Basically, this is saving you space when you're creating the container. And then you can choose from different machine types. For some subscriptions, I think that there are some bigger machine types, but these are the ones that are available for me. So let me click on Create a Code Space, and in the backend, what will happen is that GitHub will tell, hey, Microsoft friends, Azure, give me a VM or give me 2 cores and spin a container on those cores. So this container could be available for our guy Alex, so he can do some coding as well. So we see things are kind of starting to pop up here and there. the repo is checked out for me, and as you can see now, I have a terminal where I can do some interesting stuff. So first thing that I do usually is to check out what is the operating system running. So essentially the default one would be Ubuntu, which is great. Most of the tools are there. Do I have an npm? I do. I said that I want to do a Node.js development, so that's available here as well. And there are a bunch of other tools that are available for you. And that's based on the, let's say, the standard container that's there. Now, let me just quickly add a copilot. So let's see which are the extensions, and I'm looking for Copilot. Okay, that's the one. And let me install this one in the count spaces. By the way, you can do all of those things in your local VS Code. So Copilot is available for your VS Code. The other thing would be when you start a code space, there's an option for you to open the code space in VS Code. So the local VS Code will launch, and you will be using the container that's running in the cloud. So a lot of interesting stuff. So Copilot is enabled. If you look here at the bottom, where you can't see it because my lovely face is there, but you will see a small icon that's saying that the Copilot is up and running. Now, let me just quickly go back to the code spaces and try to do something else. That was great, right? We created the development environment. We had the initial checkout, but by the way, most of the shortcuts in the browser version are working, so Control-Shift-P will bring the palette. So code spaces, and one of the things that I want to do is add dev container configuration file or change machine type or dev container features. So let me start with this, add dev container configuration file. Now, here I can do a little bit of a customizations on the things that I'm doing. I said that I want to do maybe Node.js, maybe MongoDB, so let me see if there's something for nodes. And as you can see, yeah, there are a couple of other options here. There's Node, there's Node with MongoDB, and there's Postgre. And the first time that I saw this was okay, that's interesting, but where is the MongoDB running? Is it running in the same container? Is it running in a different container? How is this organized? And of course, the only way for me to check this out was to provision one of those VMs. So let's put, I think, 16. And by the way, these are the so-called features that you can add. So you do have access to the terminal, so you can essentially install any tools that you might need from the command line. But if you're using the features part, basically it's going to install all additional tools that you need. It's going to check out those, let's say, settings in your configuration. So next time you start up the dev container, you'll have the things that you need. So for example, Azure CLI, if you're deploying to Azure, let's have this. So if I click OK, let's see what will happen. So a couple of things happened here. First of all, you'll see a little bit of a pop behind my lovely face that's saying, okay, I've just detected that you made some changes in your development container. So what you need to do is actually rebuild it. So it needs to create it, recreate it to take the changes, to apply the changes. The other thing we'll see, here is this lovely folder, .devnav container, and that's where you have all the, let's say, parts that were important for you. So it's stating what is your development environment, and if you look, there's just this interesting part. Let's see if this will work out, if I can increase this a little bit. Yeah. I hope you can see this a little bit better. It's saying, when you're building the container for your development, use Docker Compose. And if we go to a Docker Compose, what you'll notice, and if you are familiar with this one, you'll see we are defining two services. One service, it's called app, so this is where my development environment is, with all the Node.js interesting stuff. And then it's kind of setting the network mode to service DB. There's a second container that's going to be created, and that's where your MongoDB is running. So what's the moral out of this? This means that using Docker Compose, you can, for example, provision a development machine in CodeSpace, maybe with 16 cores, and run multiple containers that you will need for your development. You are not constrained to one container or something like this, which is great. And then there's like the Docker file, which is basically kind of installing all the tools in your development environment, so you can kind of take care of all that stuff. Now, VS Code is pretty smart, and it's recommending me, oh, I saw a Docker file, do you want to install the Docker instantiation? So just to give you an idea, since these are containers, you can't install Docker, because it's kind of running already on a Docker host. There are a couple of tricks here and there that you can use to kind of reach from container to the host. Anyway, it's some of those things are not very official, but essentially you can do it for some operating systems. So let me just quickly do a commit. So I'll say like, I don't know, like MongoDB setup is ready. Let me make a commit. And yeah, I didn't kind of pushed everything. Now, here is something interesting. Let me close this one. As you can see, I have committed. Now, you might be thinking you made a commit, so most probably this is going directly to GitHub, right? But it's not. Because you're working in your own environment, in your container, this commit is going to your local Git. So if you want this to go to your GitHub repo, the public GitHub repo, you need to sync or push the changes. So if I do something like git status, it's going to, I'm the worst typer in the world, so. It's going to tell me that I have one uncommitted change, so I need to kind of make this push. Now, why I'm saying this? Because while I was experimenting with GitHub code spaces, I wasn't really, I haven't realized this, and I'll do a lot of changes, I'll do the commits, and I'll just delete the code space, and I lost my code. So it's a little bit tricky, have this in mind. Cool. Most probably I'll have this already committed. Great. So if you remember, what we had was a development environment, but we included Mongo, and what happened is that we were advised to rebuild our environment. So code spaces, and there's like rebuild container, full rebuild container. So let me go here and do a full rebuild. So what will happen is now I'm going to be disconnected from my container. It would be scraped, and using the wonderful Docker tools, I'm going to be provisioned with 2 new containers that I can work with. Now, let's give it a second. By the way, from time to time, when you're doing like crazy stuff, this might hang out, things like that, but in general, it's pretty straightforward. This look is very useful if you are creating a custom image. So if your Docker image kind of fails somewhere, or you can't kind of see where your working space is or something like this, basically you'll see it in this log, and there's a way that you can kind of go to this log as well. And I think that it's taking some time because we had like Ubuntu update and then kind of checking out all the Mongo stuff that we needed. Now, while we are waiting for this one, let me entertain you with another story from my product group days. So as a developer in a product group, very often what would happen is like what you write, you own. So basically you are on a call. If something happens during the middle of the night, some client had problems with the deployment, and you'll be answering the phone. And when this was happening to me, and if I had the option to stay, you know, at my home, not at the office, I'll have my laptop running, separate desk, all that stuff, connected, VPNs, all that stuff. Now with code spaces, this might be actually easier because you know which is the specific commit from the CI/CD that went to your client. You just open your iPad or tablet, you run the code spaces, you can check what's going on, you can fix the bug, you can create a commit, the CI/CD will spin up and will make a deployment for you. Then you'll go safely to bed to your partner and everybody will be happy because you didn't wake up the whole house. So that's where I think that code spaces could be very, very useful. I'm sorry that it's taking so very long. Okay. So all my changes are here. Please, please, please start. Oh no. Like, okay. Okay, I think that this is my real dev container, the MongoDB one have started. Now, the interesting part is that you can run code spaces from any branch. It's not just the main branch. And for every branch, you can have a different dev container. So any specific tools that you're using for that branch, it would be available in the dev container. The other thing is that you can have like a multiple dev container definitions. Every definition should be in its own separate folder. But for example, if you have a project where there's one environment for the UI guys, they have their own dev container and dev container definition. And for the backend guys, it would be another definition. So both teams can have their definitions there in the same environment. Hooray, my tools are here, which is great. Let me see if my Copilot is here. Due to some reason, it's not installed, so let me install it. I had to add this into the extension part. Luckily, this just takes a second. Okay, so I think that I have the extension. It's running. Surprise, surprise, I do have the MongoDB here. I can create a connection. There's something else that I need to kind of change, but I'm not going to do it right now, a little bit later in the code to connect to the MongoDB. So let's go to the Copilot, the star of the show. Let's put it like this. So we said, okay, we want to do a Node.js project. Now, the Copilot works in a way that you need to provide it a context so that it knows where it's operating, so it can recommend you stuff. I have a JS file, but let me do an npm init so that it will know, like, yeah, that's the one, that's good, great, amazing, yeah, absolutely, keywords, alter, I'm not putting my name under this one, so I have a package.json file. Why I'm doing this, I'm giving a little bit more context to Copilot. So let's give it a try. What we want to do is a Node.js, JS, and it's kind of starting to suggest a few things here. Web server, not with Express. Let's start with something simple. Okay. Now, the way to activate it is Control-Enter, and it's basically now generating some code for me. Now, what I'm kind of seeing is like, okay, obviously Express is a very popular framework, so all the suggestions that I see here are with Express, and yeah, I do have like MongoDB, my definition, so I also have some recommendation where it's a web server with MongoDB connection as well. All great stuff, but I can't see like a simple Node.js server. So let me give it a try, like no Express. Okay, let me try to see. Okay, things are starting to pop up, so that's a good one. And obviously the generated solution actually decided that this is also a valid code for me, which is not that great. I'll just keep it here. Obviously, that's been trained by the work that this guy has done. And this looks like a good server. Now, here's an interesting thing, right? It's not a fully completed code, so it's still kind of recommending me stuff to do. So let me close this one. And is this a valid code? Let me just quickly check this one. Are you going to recommend me something else? Run the server. Good. Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay, so it's making a suggestion what I need to do. So let's give it a go. Okay, servers running at port. And that's the interesting part about code spaces. You do have a port forward, so basically this is going to open the web application so I can interact with the web application or whatever application I'm doing. It might take a second. I don't know whether it's the public Wi-Fi that I'm using here or it's late in the afternoon and CodeSpace is a little bit tired, but I think it's the internet connection. And by the way, guys, the internet connection that I'm using is the public available one, so you don't need like something crazy fast to use those features. Cool. Cool. Okay, so that's how it started. So let me do something else. Obviously, let me kind of close this one here. Let me do another one. Obviously, Express is a very popular choice, so let me do maybe something a little bit more interesting, like REST API server with, oh, surprise, surprise, Express. Now, there's like two ways where the, I would say, Copilot is operating. It could suggest you a line by line what you are coding. So I can say, yeah, definitely include Express. That's what I want to do. Yeah, definitely create an app. Do I need the body parser? I don't know. There's an option for me to kind of scroll through a couple of things that could be allowed. Maybe there's no other suggestions here. Or at this point, I can say, okay, I gave you enough context, and that's how you can see like the different suggestions. I gave you enough context, I don't want this, let me know what else you can do for me. So here, that's the suggestion that the Copilot came with. Now, I don't want to use the MongoDB, but I still kind of want to use a REST API server. So I'm looking at this one and I'm like, maybe this one is a good one. And I can just take this and copy it or directly include it. Boop, boop, boop. Come on, sorry, no mouse. Okay, so I like this one and I can have it here. Cool. Right. So is this a working code? Maybe it is. Let's give it a try. Okay. Model not found. Okay, that kind of makes sense, right? We don't have Express. Now let me kind of, okay, now we should be fine and we should be able to kind of run this one. Now, opening browser, and by the way, let me click on this one, see which are the ports that are forward. So if you have like a couple of applications running, this list will increase and there's like a setting that you need to put in the dev configuration file for this to run, right? Let me kind of run this again and open in the browser. Okay, and I think that what we have, there was a REST API get, which is hello, that was there. Cool, it's working. So this is a working code, right? And just remember, guys, I kind of switch between different application frameworks, different languages. I don't necessarily remember all that stuff, and it would take me some time. I know it's a very simple code, but if it's for a language that you're not using every day, this might not be, you know, a great way to kind of go and search for stuff around. Awesome. So another thing, Express was lacking. We kind of added Express, but let me go back here, and there are like two things in the configuration file. First is forward ports. So if I want to use MongoDB local environment, I need to enable this one. So let me uncomment this one. Cool. And the other thing is like once you have something that kind of needs to do a post-install or post-build activities for your container, you need a hook to do it. And for GitHub, for code spaces, this is the post-create command. So once you have your container being built, there will be a set of scripts or a script or a couple of commands that will run. And for me, this is, obviously here is yarn, but it could be npm install, and this is going to install all the necessary modules that you want to use. If you're using something else, this could be a post-install routine that you have. It's not only this hook, there's a couple of other hooks that you can use. You can use a pre-install hook, you can do things during the installation, so you do have a full control over the install process. And the other interesting thing, because I'm looking at the remote user root, the first thing that I'll usually do, aside from checking the operating system, would be, can I get a root? Obviously, for this one, I can. So you have a full root access for this as well. So basically, you have everything that you need to do all the fun stuff. Cool. Right. Let's see a little bit more. So these are the REST APIs that were generated for me, but let's say REST API get products. Because, I don't know, products. I'm giving hard time to, okay, so that looks like a nice endpoint. Okay, okay. I'm missing something. I do want to do an error check, like check for error. Okay. No, I don't like this. Check for error. No, no. Let me do something like this. If error. No, no, no. It's not doing it. Is this something that might work? Okay. Let's do something else. As you can see, you need to kind of give a lot of details sometimes for this to kind of work out. So let me do something else here. Instead of send product, let me do something like this. I'm taking this out of the context and say return products in JSON format. Okay, it's kind of giving me a hard time, this one. While I was doing some tests before that, it would actually suggest and give me an entire JSON object that I could use. Let me see. So maybe that's something that I could leverage. Response. Cool. It came up with some pretty interesting ideas, so yeah, I can leverage something like this. Let's give it a go. Should be running. Great. Let me get the products. Cool. Yeah, I'm the worst typer, I told you guys. Cool. So it's actually returning this one. Nice. Okay. Now, in your development efforts, you can kind of push it. Sometimes it's like, I don't know, you can ask it to create some more complex stuff. During the discussions outside, somebody told me that there was an entire mathematical algorithm for transforming matrix. So, I don't know, matrix, transform, transpose, okay. It's linear algebra, right? Transpose, example. Let's see. Okay, it's kind of coming up with some interesting stuff. So if you forgot about this one, it kind of helps you out. Let me see something else. So I don't know. Let's give it a go. Shell sort. Yeah, it's a let's see if something will come up out of it. Maybe. Looks like it. So some of these things kind of come up. There was a very interesting article that somebody used a Copilot during a coding interview and basically crushed it. So for those algorithmic stuff, definitely it's very helpful. Now, we do have around 15 minutes, so let me just quickly try to do something else. And let me create a Mongo app. Okay. Sorry. As I said, worst typer in the world. And by the way, this is not only working with JavaScript, so for any language, it's going to detect it. It worked well for front-end pages as well. So from here, let's see, connect to MongoDB. Okay. Okay. I don't want this, right? Let me see what else you have in store for me. Is there something that I can use? Yeah, quite a few things kind of popping up here and there. So you can create an entire application out of kind of suggestions. So because we don't have a lot of time, it's kind of flying by. I've used this to kind of build a REST server API with MongoDB in the backend. I don't have a lot of experience in React, but it kind of helped me build a React application itself and kind of connect to my REST-based server. Couple of questions usually kind of pop up, and people are like, yeah, that's amazing, and you see like those scary articles like Copilot and AI are going to replace the humans in programming and all that stuff. And there's like questions like, is this going to replace us as developers? I think no, because based on my experience, Copilot is doing great stuff, but you need to pilot it to do the right stuff, pick up the code, edit it. Something else that I've seen, it's learning based on an existing code base. And one of the problems that I found was that a lot of suggestions for some of the things that I was doing were actually using deprecated APIs, and it couldn't recommend me, let's say, solutions with newer APIs. So that's something that kind of is another problem. So anything we do with the AI-supported programming, let me put it like this, would be relying on existing code. But when there are new features, new approaches coming up, most probably those things are not going to come as a suggestion that often. It's great for algorithms. They've been there for a while. So if you forgot a bubble sort or whatever sorting algorithm or some task or something like this, you'll easily find solution. If you need a hint on how to start your application or how to implement certain part, it will help you. If you forgot the syntax for, I don't know, running a loop for some language, you'll just say, hey, create a loop for this array, and it's going to give you suggestions and a code that you can use. And all of this is kind of saving you time for going outside of the development environment, going to a documentation or searching the web for solution to your problem. So when people said like some of the people get up to 55% increase in productivity when they're coding with Copilot, I believe this could be true based on my experience. Is Copilot going to replace us developers? No, I don't see this kind of a coming. Cool. We have around 10 minutes, so if you guys have any questions, I'll try to answer. That's the first hand that I saw. Yep. Sorry?
Is this capacitor extension for WebStorm?
It's available. Copilot is available for, I think, since the latest release, it should be available for everyone for limited use, I think. So it's available. And Codespaces is also available. I think that you can get up to 60 hours of Codespaces per month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the second one, as I understand, it's possible to reach the code with this tool from open repositories, yes? For private closed repositories, we can't get these hints.
No, for private repos, you can also get the hints. It's not problem. What I was saying is that Copilot itself is learning from a code, and this code needs to be accessible. So it would be looking at the open source projects and open source repos out there in GitHub in order to learn itself how to code. If you are in a private repo and you're creating your project, you install the extension and you can use the suggestions as well. There's no problem to that.
But where code is taken from? Is it taken from a closed repository?
I'm not sure. I think it's kind of a, I'm not sure about the mechanics behind it, but if you are concerned that your code would be checked out in a private repo, you can disable this one in the settings and basically say, I don't want any Copilot looking at my code. So this is available. But it's an open world, like share your code. Everybody's learning from it.
Hello. First, thanks for the talk. It's really great to see it go Codespace. I have one question. What are the reasons you saw why companies and developers wouldn't want to use GitHub Copilot? And I'm not talking about unexperienced developers, because this is known to be, not recommended for developers that are using Copilot thinking that will boost their skills. But for experienced developers and companies that just have some, what are the things that are stopping them from using Copilot?
What would stop them? First of all, if you're working behind, I don't know, honestly, it's a very new product, so I don't have that much feedback from people that are using it. I would say, I don't know, let me put it like this. So I was asking myself, can I do the same things without Copilot? And the answer is to some extent. So code completion, there are some pretty good code completions out there. For example, if you're using Vim, I do use Vim from time to time. There are a couple of plugins that will look at your existing code base. It's going to index the code base, and it's going to provide you suggestions, which are pretty good, right? And all of this is local environment. Honestly, on top of my head, I can't come up with any idea why wouldn't you use Copilot, aside from maybe cost considerations. Otherwise, it's just purely optional and just help. maybe, just maybe, if you are like working in a very niche area where, I don't know, the things that you are creating wouldn't have necessarily something to suggest, it might be useful for you. But I just like, this would be like very rare examples. Like those algorithms are out there. So there's another question.
Okay, so I don't have a question, but I have some answers to the previous question that was asked. So if that's okay, I can share more info about it.
Yeah.
So about why you don't want to use Copilot. So one of the reasons of not using Copilot is that, okay, it goes through all the GitHub and all open repositories, and it learns from that code. So it doesn't go to the private repositories because this will be like a privacy violation, first of all. The second thing is that why you don't want to use Copilot is that it may suggest you code that is open source, but it's licensed on like...
Code is generated. That's a very important thing. It's not taking a copy of the code, it's generating code.
Yeah, sure, but there are actually examples of that. It's showing an exact code that is written in some repo that is, for example, GNU licensed. And this was when it was in beta. This is one of the problems. So what the GitHub and the people that are developing the Copilot did is that they improved it by setting a tick that you cannot get suggestions from code that are licensed with like GPU,
licenses that
GNU or whatever, yeah. So yeah, that's
a good one. That's definitely a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Any other questions? Yep.
I just like to this question.
Sure.
Yeah. Since the colleague said about the issues that might come from using Copilot, it's actually that when you use it, you agree that it would also analyze your code, so it will learn based upon that.
Yep.
And if your code is not open source, you can leak it that way.
That's an interesting case. Could be. Yeah, in a way.
One more.
Sure.
Hi. My question is that when you have the extension and you're using it on VS Code, does it depend on the account you're using on VS Code, whether you're using GitHub, for example, in your project is on GitHub, or, for example, at the moment I'm working with Bitbucket?
Okay, so you do need to have a GitHub account in order to activate it, because I think that up until recent, the beta wasn't available to everybody. I'm not sure after Octoverse, I think that they opened it for everybody with some free trial. So you do need to have like a GitHub account, because this is going to kind of check out for the suggestions. It's not a server-based thing that will, so you need to have a GitHub account, but where are you committing your code? To a local GitHub repo or to, you know, whatever, let's say you're using other products, I think it shouldn't matter. Because you can run this in VS Code, you can run this in Vim as well. I think that there's also support for JetBrains, so it's not necessary that your code needs to go to GitHub, the way that I understand it.
Alex is here on Microsoft Exposition and will answer your question with pleasure.
Yeah, of course, you can check me out. I'm just on the other side at the Microsoft booth for maybe another hour. There are still cups available, so if you haven't got one, just come by, check it.
Thanks to Alex.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
is Jeff Privak. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на фирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. Затова са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но сигурно определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в фирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
My name is Jeff Reback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Panda's strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I can. Hello, everyone.
It's so loud. Nice to see you. I think we could start. We don't wait the other people, but anyway, we've got some lovely people, front-end developers in the first row. Thanks a lot. We're really glad that you invite us. I think it will be some kind of training for us, because like 20 people in the audience, 10 of them designers, 10 front-end developers. But anyway, that's a great beginning. So my name is Pete. I am one of EPAM design directors. And here in Sofia, we've got a pretty huge design team. We've got 25 experienced designers here. And today we'd like to share with you some interesting facts. And we will share with you some knowledge of Figma. So, I'm sorry for it. We're really proud about our people, and we are proud with our customers. But unfortunately, we can't share the names of our customers, but this is like one of the biggest things working in the PAM. This is our customers. This is like the best thing that we could share according to our NDA, and you could imagine what names behind this sign. The best thing that I like that, for example, in pharma domain, we could share with the people officially, publicly, that 9 of the top 10 pharma company is our clients, without any names. But, so, why this name is important for us? Because this company, they expect, this is like the best world company, and they expect best service from our side. And in fact, this is like the various service. This is, I'm kind of sure that probably you heard about EPAM. I think everyone knows EPAM company. Could you raise the hand? Nice. Like, thank you very much. But the thing that you don't know, and it's still not so well known inside our own company, that it's not the IT company anymore. This is not just developers, architects, and there are so many different people like designers, consultants, and any other roles that they've got. So overall, we've got 60,000 people in EPAM, and 13,000 of them they are somehow connected with design. So, like each of 5 people in EPAM is a designer, in different roles of designers. So this is just like a list what kind of design activity we've got. And it's not just the visual design or not just experience design, this is like all possible roles in design. Recently we bought a couple really huge and famous design agency, and now we could provide 360-degree design as a design agency as well. And why that's important? Because clients, they expect that complexity, design complexity, interface complexity, any kind of complexity of our product should be raised on high level. And from here, I'd like to pass my mic to Luisa, and Luisa starts with some details about experienced designers, and after that we go to Figma and some tricks inside that. Luisa, please.
Thank you, Pete, and it's such a pleasure to be here among all of you. You know, as experienced designers, our work starts much earlier than any UI. Before we get to give you some requirements and design specifications, we have already probably done a lot of research on the domain of the product. We have done research on competitors, talks to users, talk to stakeholders, and all of that, wireframing, testing, until we get to do the design that you receive. But today, instead of focusing on all of our long and heavy process, we will focus on the part where our collaboration starts, UI design. Not until recently were two separate parts of the product cycles. Designers doing God knows what crazy things, designing some things that probably will never see the light of day, and developers on their end working alone, probably unsure where the hell to put that button and how round the corners should be. And the toughest part is that it's usually the product suffering, similarly to how this drawing continues from a very nice horse bottom to a rough sketch. We had a few rough years. I remember years ago, we used to send developers a flat PSD file, and you would embark on a journey to understand it, doing some complex measurements and calculations, to putting a finger to see how the spacing is look like and try to eye the distance. But for better or for worse, we were stuck together, and we were forced to mend our relationship and try to find a way to collaborate better for the sake of the products. And we moved the industry forward. Because of our need, the industry needed to bring out solutions which will help us collaborate better and provide more responsive and intuitive ways for us to do together a work. Companies came out with solutions such as Adobe XD, InVision, Sketch, and the king for all of us, Figma. Today, my colleagues will share with you some interesting tips and tricks and why we think Figma is the king of all softwares. Firstly, we will start with Ila, who not until recently was just a front-end developer like you, and he's been shifting between the industries quite a lot, and now he's part of our team as a UX designer. He will demonstrate that our worlds are not so much far apart. Actually, they're quite close together. Then Dima will share some of his exceptional UI skills and demonstrate how far we are coming to demonstrate better our ideas so that you can implement them more easily into your work. And last but not least, Sophie will share with you the power of prototyping and how we strive to be a better partner to developers and move the products further and bring a better service to all of the clients. I hope you enjoyed today's sneak peek into the design world. Ila, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Ilya, and Luisa mentioned that I am a UX UI designer. I personally still don't know who I am. My journey starts 25 years ago when I was in high school, and it definitely was a prehistoric time for graphic user interface development. So at that time there were software developers, which just clearly do code, and graphic designer who draw images, I don't know. And all these dinosaurs observe how internet meteorite fall down in front of them and changed everything. Graphic user interface browsers like Internet Explorer and Netscape Navigator brings JavaScript, HTML, CSS, different technologies which make human machine interactive graphically. And that was a game changer, and I was so obsessed of this graphic interface, so decided to deep dive into it and connect with it my career, my life, and everything. So time goes by. Anyone know who is webmaster? Heard this term? No one else? Oh, nice. At least one person. So this is a jack of all trades and master of none. It was around 2005, 2007. Then if you search for someone who can create a website or any kind of web application or graphic user interface, you just ask for webmaster, the person who can administrate system. It's partly DevOps, partly backend developer, database developer, whatever, and of course a designer. Of course, graphic designers already exist, but they simply don't care what's happening on the internet, on this screen or whatever. So if you would like to create user interface, you need to be, you had to be at least partly developer. And interaction with designer pissed me off really, because I
every day have to handle some stuff like measuring pixels or make flat pictures partly transparent, and that was a mess. So being senior software developer, I decided to switch to UX design and show everyone how things should to be done. And here we comes to another one phase of my career. At like year 2013, I work in multinational, international, worldwide company. I called the UX UI designer, and I work with mobile. Yeah, I was one of the first who worked with Android, for example, Android 1.6. I work in LG Electronics that time, and we create different interfaces. I work with desktop, work with web application also. Yeah, and since then I stopped blame designer. There was just a lack of tools, lack of designer development communication, and the industry, the software industry, front-end development, pick up their speed, and designers just can't catch it up. So since that moment I start to float from front-end development to UX design, there and back, participate in different startups, and still can't find my place there. I like user interface, really like. I would like to make it better, to think about user experience, but we still can do nothing until such great tools as Sketch, Envision, Zeppelin, and Figma basically appears. And with the appearance of Figma, the communication between designer development comes to the next level. I can talk more about building UI kit and design system, how it should be, how it works. Yeah, I got experience. But I would like to be more specific and more practical and talk about some very interesting stuff we have now and work with it. Did you heard about atomic design? Some of it? Yeah, nice, more people. Yeah, so it's an idea that was introduced in FAR 2014 by Brad Frost, and as developers I think it's natural for you to build your application a component-based approach. So as in our universe, everything starts from the atoms, and the molecules consist of atoms, and organisms consist of molecules, and so on, up to some higher entities. Yeah, and Brad Frost decided to formulate this idea to designers, that they could organize their designs the same way and pass it to developers the same way. It's very similar to how modern application build in the front-end side. So here you can see the atomic design approach to Instagram, right? So the atoms are icons or text or username. Using these atoms we will build molecules, which is creates like bottom bar, top bar, content area. From the molecules we can build organism, and using organism we build template, and if we add content to that template we finally get the pages. Okay, that's about atomic design. And what about our fellow developers? I noticed that you may be familiar with this approach, but to be more practically, anyone use Storybook? Oh, nice. Even more people. So Storybook is a great tool. It's not trying to being a part of your application. It stands aside, but it forms as an isolated approach to the components. So you develop a component in like a story. You create a dot story. Oh yeah, here it is. You create a dot story file which describes component and can develop it separately from your application. That's interesting. And what's most interesting, it provides an ability to test components, to make variations, to communicate with a designer, and make design system the place where designer developer actually met. So you can't force the developer to write documentation. It always fails. But if you make the process of development as a part of documentation, it works as a charm. Here's the example. You just create stories in Storybook and it's document itself. And so you communicate with developer. Why we need Storybook? Because the variation of components grows huge, in big applications especially. Many colors, many states, different browsers, different viewports, and these abilities, you need to test it. And you need to test it aside of your application, not running each time all the content, all the application, just like isolated things. And here we come with Atomic Design. Atomic Design and Figma just work like hand in a glove. If you hide the top bar of this application, you can't find the difference between Figma and Storybook. You can handle the same structure of components, both in Figma and Storybook. And that's wonderful because, for example, we got a Storybook plugin for Figma. You can add a link to your Storybook into component and see it in a pop-up, how it works live. And most wonderful thing that you can implement or add Storybook functionality into your application at any time of development. As soon as you find that you need some kind of better interaction between designer and development, you can add Storybook feature and yeah, you can start. Yeah, it's live, it works in real life. I use it twice for the last 2 years in different stage of the project. Maybe the project lasts for 1 year and then we decide to apply another design and one developer joined the team, install Storybook and we start to work together to improve new styling for existing components. And also, of course, you got a Figma plugin for your Storybook. So you can review the design, you can add a link to the Figma design in your Storybook and review the actual state of design. So what I'm talking about, what is Storybook actually? Storybook is a component sandbox and playground, source of truth and documentation, a live prototyping environment, testing platform, and design review tool. You can show this design to stakeholders using Storybook. It's whatever, but more important, it's a next level of collaboration between designer and developers. You can count it as a framework for collaboration. You start speaking the same language and design system becomes not just the way how designer provide design to developer, but the point where designer and developers met and work together. That's the magic, and you can, as I already said, you can implement it at any stage of your project. So, yeah, what's in the end? In the end, I've ended up with the UX development because I love it, I like to do it, and I feel less and less amount of obstacles which force me to move to front-end development. I can focus on design and collaborate effectively with any kind of designer using such a wonderful tools as Storybook and Figma. And now Dmitry, my colleague, will tell you more about Figma and its techniques. Thank you.
Thanks, Ilya. Hello, everyone. My name is Dmitry. I've been working in the fields of design for like 12 years, maybe. And for the last 5 of them, I'm mostly involved in creating complex UI kits and design systems. Well, in EPAM, it's mostly about the life science domain, luckily for me. So what I was going to speak about today a little bit is the quality of the mockups we work on a daily basis and later transfer to the development team. What I'm gonna be talking about, it's more like my personal approach. It's about the organization of all the elements. Actually, that's what Ilya also mentioned. It does involve atomic design, obviously. And this approach, I tried to spread it around among my colleagues. I just hope that the developers also find that useful and helpful. At this point, yeah, actually the example I'm gonna talk about, that's the real project from my past. It's called Harvester, and I've been working on this one in summer 2021. That was the period when Figma got a huge update. The main feature was called variants, and it increased the creativity, basically, which we can apply to the mockups a lot. I'll just show you how the UI kit actually looks. It might be cleaned up a little bit, but well, from the bird's view, those are all the elements that could ever be needful to create the website. It doesn't have any ready-made pages, so those are the atoms and molecules and organisms. Also, that's what Ilya mentioned. Everything put together, but the main feature in here is that those are not just static objects put all together at one page. So now if we switch to the prototype tab in here, what we can see are the tiny arrows connecting all the elements within one frame. So basically, just to take a look at the example, well, let's say it's gonna be the toggle, which was somewhere here. That's quite a mess in here. Just to compare what it was before the variants in Figma appeared and after that. So we all know how regular togglers work. It does have just these two states. It's on and off. But if we just put some efforts and spend some time using the variants, we add 4 additional states to this one, and the result is going to be like a bit more fancy, I'd say. So it basically looks like this. That's a huge toggler in here, and it works like this. So just additional states, and yet that's a single element. So we can just copy that and paste into the mockup. It's not 6 elements still. It just means that all the animations are made within this frame in here. And that's quite an easy example, so we can go further. There are some tricks that I still think, well, maybe I invented them, who knows. I've never met them before anyway. Never mentioned before. There is one interesting trick. I do know that for the developers, it's quite easy to make the hovering state, well, for example, with a button, when some kinds of effects, it just follows the cursor. So Figma has no functionality like this. It doesn't come from the box. But I was thinking, so how can I recreate this one? It actually took a couple of weeks maybe, but the point is that I do know that for developers, that is quite easy. I was going just to show it quickly how much efforts it takes just to make it look almost the same, how it can be implemented in code, but that's definitely not the way how you guys are gonna create this one. I'll just switch my mic for a second. Could you please, is it on? Oh, that's cool. So the effects I want to recreate is as easy as, I'm not gonna show you for now. Basically that's the effect that's gonna be applied to the button and just recreate it from scratch. So what I want to see here is any object, actually. It could be anything that basically follows the cursor in the prototype. That's the main goal in here. So what I came up with, we just have to create, that also includes variants, obviously. What we have to make here is just creating the two frames. This could be just, I don't pay attention much to the naming in here. And basically that's the variant with the two states we have in here. No, I will name that. That's gonna be like a normal state in here. And the hover one. So what we're gonna do next, it's as easy as just putting some circles inside these ones, colored with, let's say that's gonna be green, and a small one goes inside the first state. It is centered. And the next one, it's quite important at this point that it has the same name in here. It's gonna be just an ellipse. And the second state in here is gonna be way bigger, let's say like this one. And with a blurred effect, obviously. Oh, I'm almost there. Let's say like this, that's gonna be enough. So what the variants actually provide us is the opportunity just to connect these two states with a single arrow in here, and the transaction, let's say that's gonna be while hovering with some random animation. That's more than enough. Actually, this tool gives us the opportunity to change the animation whatever we want just in this single component, and later it's going to be transferred to the final result, obviously. Just one more second, and we put the transparency to 0, and actually we're done. So what we have to do next, just the next step, we're copying this one. And we're gonna recreate like the background for the, is it there? Oh, I lost it. We're gonna recreate the background for this huge button so that you could see it on the screen. We make the same size of this button. It's just gonna be made with these areas. So we're gonna duplicate it like multiple times. It's almost invisible in here because there is actually the circle itself is invisible, and group it like this. So let's say that's the approximate area we now have, and we copy it inside the prepared button actually. And center it like this. We're gonna add some more. I hope it's quite clear what's the main point in here is that it's quite complicated actually. But the result is gonna be like this. So we just copy it in here. And let's have a look. I hope that works. So when we hover the cursor on a button, we get the effect that probably the guys from Figma also don't know that it exists in their product. I still hope so. That's quite an easy one, and as far as I know, I am concerned about this one. It's not gonna work the same in code. That's what I think. But actually, the question is, what's that all for? Well, first of all, well, personally, for me, I just don't want to work much with wireframes. I do want to get the full picture of the website even before it goes to the development, like long before the development stage. all the mockups could be connected, the pages could be connected with the prototypes. That's what the next speech is going to be about. And so we just get the full impression, the stakeholders get the full impression of the website that is not in the development yet. And the second thing, which is maybe even more important, is that we can switch to code at this point. So all the arrows that are shown here, they do have those settings with timing. So I might set it like to 50 milliseconds, and some transaction back is gonna be like 120 milliseconds, and at some point it sometimes makes sense. And it's all visible in Figma here. So even if it's not the editing rights for the development team for this mockup, it's still all visible in the inspect tab in here. So all the easings, all the timings, the sizes and the colors, obviously. So the point of all that is just to provide the most full information for the development team. And at that point, this project, it was like a story of a success, I'd say. So the website did went live, and I was very pleasantly surprised that basically there were not so many questions from the development team. So it looked like I gave them all at once. And even though we had a couple of design review sessions, there was not that much to comment from my side, so I guess that's the most important thing in here. So just speaking shortly, the better the quality of the mockups, the more they are thoughtful in every single detail, it's the better for everyone. That's what I think. And I guess that's it from my side. Thank you for your time. I'll pass my mic to my colleague Sofia. She'll continue the topic of the prototyping now.
I would like the normal one. So, hello guys. Today I'm going to speak about the power of prototype and one of our favorite quotes from Uncle Ben: with great power comes great responsibility. So, I think this is a very familiar situation to a lot of us, especially when it comes to developing a whole product. You have the QA has gone through the whole thing and they're somewhere crying in the corner. You have the designers screaming and you have the stakeholders telling you that for some reason it doesn't look the same as the designs that they have seen. And for everything that we know, everyone in this picture has done their job correctly. What basically comes down to it is communication between the design team and between the developers. And in order for us to have a better communication and make sure that the whole process goes smoothly, we have started creating basically full-fledged prototypes that simulate as close as possible the real product. So today I'm going to showcase you one such prototype. It's relatively simple, but to get into the meat of it, while Dima showed you mostly the... I'm sorry. While Dima showed you mostly the sophisticated animations that go into a prototype, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what a full one looks. So this is something that's going to have a lot of micro interactions in it, similar to the ones that Dima showed, but they all work together to provide a very smooth experience for users, for stakeholders, and for developers to go through and basically have an idea of how the end product should look. So, as we can see, we're just going to have a quick little look around at this app. And I would like to ask you guys actually, how many of you have ever received a complete prototype, and has the designer ever told you how to use it most efficiently? Anyone? No one? Okay. So, thanks to Figma, as Dima mentioned actually, to a big part of it, prototypes, if you get a Figma file from a designer, you can actually go and see all the connections, and these connections probably mean nothing to you, but that's okay, because there's this handy little tab here called Inspect, and this is where if you click on any component or module of this prototype, you can actually see the code at the very bottom here. And you can switch through different views. You can have CSS, iOS, Android, and you can do this for every single piece of this working prototype, even fonts. So what we hope that technologies like these would achieve is that you'll be able to perform your job a lot faster, a lot smoother, and this will strengthen our collaboration between UX and design. So yeah. Thank you. And now I'm going to give the word to Louisa, I believe.
Thank you, Sophie. All of these speeches and what we were trying to achieve today was to show you that we're trying our best to move the industry together with you forward and be a better partner so that we can produce better quality products, we can provide a better service, and we can move the future together in the right way. Thank you for all of your attention. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them now for any of the speeches. No one? No questions. All right. Well, thank you guys very much for all of your attention. And it was nice seeing you.
More at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на Сирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. За това са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но Сирма определено надмина очакванията ни със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от Слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в Сирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
is Jeff Reback. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Вече 9 години прекрачвам прага на фирма като Senior QA и работата не спира да ме вдъхновява. За това са виновни и страхотните специалисти, с които работя, както и иновативните технологии, които ползваме.
Да съм отговорна за усмивката и мотивацията на колегите в офиса е нещото, което най-много ме вдъхновява всяка седмица да измислям най-различни активности, за да ги изненадвам.
След като завърших образованието си в Англия, бях скептично настроена за компаниите в България, но силно определено надмина очакванията ми със своята корпоративна култура и начин на управление.
Здравейте от слънчев Свиленград. Възможностите, които имаме в фирма за отдалечена работа, ми позволяват да работя от всяко едно кътче на света, да съм много по-концентриран в работата си и да се радвам повече на живота.
Ето това е Сирма, нашето голямо семейство.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
My name is Jeff Prevac. I am one of the Pandas core developers, and I work on the Pandas project. Pandas is a data science library. This library, in the last few years, has become quite popular as the core of the data science stack. We have all volunteer, not only contributions, but the reviewers themselves are all volunteer. Pandas is something I work on just because I want to work on it. It's a passion of mine. Even reviewing pull requests and looking at Pandas code, I'm able to really help people and do things that contribute back to the community. Pandas is a big user of GitHub. We obviously host everything there, but it provides a lot of tooling, which is great for the Pandas project. Our issue tracker is easily sortable, and everybody posts their code through pull requests, and that's where I spend a lot of my time. One of Pandas' strengths, I would say, is the fact that we have a fairly large contribution base of mostly first-time contributors, actually. From that, we get the repeat contributors, which is really what benefits Pandas and the community at large. GitHub has been really helpful in this regards, providing lots of tooling to enable people to get started. We were drawn to Azure Pipelines because it offered obviously first-class Windows support, but we were actually pleasantly surprised to see that it offered Mac and Linux, which have a quite large user base for Pandas as a whole. It really allows us to focus not so much on, we know this code is going to run, we can actually now focus on what is the quality of this code and how does it fit in with the overall Pandas code base. For virtually everything that an open source project needs, it is already free. Things like GitHub is free. It is very important that the CI also be free, and Azure Pipelines provides a number of free builds. Azure Pipelines has really made life as a developer just plain simple easy. You just get up and running and you have automatic testing right away. People have a passion about this. They really want to contribute, and Pandas and GitHub and Azure Pipelines really enable this kind of contribution.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Hello, a little bit louder. Welcome for the last session. This is a panel with some of the most experienced people in our JavaScript community and international community. Radoslav Stankus. You know Radoslav Stankus from React user group and from many other activities. We have Vekuslav. Vekuslav is from North Macedonia, and he is with very interesting experience over different technologies, also very good experience with WebAssembly, with Blazor. So
Blazor.
yes, hello, Blazor, yes. Ilya Idakir, who is one of GDs, probably you know what is GD, Google Developer Expert, something like Microsoft MVP for Google, and also one of most experienced people in Angular, also with a lot of courses, not only in Angular, but with Angular at least is more recognizable regarding to my memories. Martin Chow, one of the most interesting persons in our community, quite bold, with specific opinion, architect from DraftKings.
And very beautiful.
Kent.
Georgi.
Hands up.
Georgi is also very experienced and speaker in our conference. And of course, Mitya.
It's a disclaimer. I'm from Java part, so from JavaScript, I only am responsible for the first part, from the Java part. A disclaimer.
Yeah. So actually, Mitya also has very interesting experience, but the main topic is related to what is the trend, where is going JavaScript and related technologies, and I asked Radoslav Stankov to be moderator because probably I will have some other activities around conferences and can be stuck with also some other activities. So thank you, and we can start.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm the moderator. I have this special crown thingy. So yeah, so the first question I want to start in, like, I was thinking what to ask this panel, and I was like, okay, the future of JavaScript, but I mean, we don't care about this. A lot of people here, I think, care about how can they get better. Like, there is a lot of advice, how you get to a junior, how you get your first job position, but how do you jump when you are near senior and you want to become even better? How do you get above senior? What's your guys' your opinion? Because this is something which is very rarely discussed. A lot of the content is, yeah, how do you get your first job? But how do you get above senior? How do you get to the staff, to architect and things like that? Please.
So I'm going to start with stealing basically your advices from your presentation. Yeah, so the things that I like to do is knowing your tools first. Whatever you're working at, and it doesn't matter what the tool is, whether TypeScript is a tool or VS Code is a tool, knowing your tools, knowing not only how they are working, but also how they are made. And that also connects to another point you made that I like very much. Read the source code. We live in a world when most of our source code of the tools that we are using is free. So VS Code is open source, TypeScript is open source, a lot of code is open source that we are using each and every day. Angular, React. So get to know how those things are made and why they are made and why some weird decisions are made the way it is. A lot of the time the answer will be, well, somebody liked it that way. Yeah, but still you are getting to know how more experienced people think. And that is how you get better, so to say.
Yeah, yeah. I very much agree with his advice. Obviously, just to mention, like, often is why do you often when people ask them, okay, why do you do this way? And the answer is, I didn't think of any other way. So, yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, to be honest, this is one of the great things about the time that we live in, because we actually have this open source code that we can just sit down and read. Even though, for example, if you go to the, let's say, bigger libraries, it's kind of hard to understand, because after all, I mean, they've been written, let's say, well, it's a little bit hard. You know, if you go, for example, in the Angular source code and you try to understand how the compiler works, you'll be like, I really don't understand. So, for example, what I did like multiple years ago is pretty much I sat down and I was like, okay, I'm going to mimic what actually Angular does, right? And I'm not going to write it the same way, but I'm pretty much going to get their ideas and I'm going to write it myself. So pretty much I started with using, for example, lit.html as a templating library. Then I started, you know, introducing different decorators and stuff like that. I started playing with TypeScript at the end. Pretty much I created very similar thing to the Angular compiler that compiles all the templates, and then I created some compiler with the TypeScript going through the asynchronous abstract syntax tree, sorry. And yeah, all of these things, like kind of doing reverse engineering and also understanding how you know, the other people wrote the code and what, for example, design patterns they used. And yeah, I think that this is something that really helps you to figure out how to, you know, write better code and more structured code, and yeah, just to be able to handle bigger applications.
So the question was, how do you become better?
Yeah, how do you get after senior? How do you get?
Well,
there is certain level where technical skills cannot push you further. So the skills that led you to place A are not the skills that you need to get to place B. So how do you get to the next level? It means you will need new skills. And at some point, all the technical skills will not be able to help you. So you need to take responsibility about your career and get out of the comfort zone of the good tools that you already know and try to give proper estimations.
Is this a joke?
No, that's super serious. Try to give realistic estimations, and when you fail, take responsibility of the failure and don't repeat it next time. Understand why you are not able to give proper estimations. Why? Why did I fail? Because requirements were not clear. No, you didn't understand them. You're now taking responsibility. This is how you get better. Why didn't I understand the requirements? What happened? Why did I assume? In order to get better, you need to question your assumptions. Why did I assume that I understand what is required of me? Is my ego so big that I cannot identify places where I can improve? Really, I'm that better than everybody else? No. So for me, seniority is about responsibility. And the moment you realize how to take responsibility for your actions and become accountable for them, maybe it's not estimations, maybe it's something else. You need to find out where you're making mistakes and how to improve. And don't blame your team lead for them or somebody else, whatever.
I just feel like this is just for being, you know, like a person, right? It's not only about your job. I mean, I feel like these are advices for also just being a correct person as well.
Well, yeah, but the question is not how you get better programmer, but what's afterwards, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying that it's not limited to being a developer. Right?
Yeah, how do you become professional, not amateur? Professionals take responsibility for their work. That's it.
Yeah, like one of the key values of pretty much in every position you are, the best thing you can show is that you are reliable. If you prove that you are reliable, I mean, you can only go up.
Moving from journeyman to master.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for this. It reminded me something that I wanted to say. Which one is the best programmer in your team? The one that I trust. This is the best programmer that I'm going to work with. The one that I trust. That's it.
How do you follow up on that?
It's hard to follow. It's hard to follow all these great examples and you know, all those great words. But there's two things that I think is that will give you a leg up, that will make you more senior, I guess. And the first thing you're already doing, all of you that are here, that are watching later this recording, you know, you are curious. You want to learn. You want to meet people. You want to talk about this thing that we're all doing, that we're living every day. You're curious. And at the moment when you start thinking, okay, now I know JavaScript. Okay, now I know everything about there is to know about you know, programming. That's the moment that you know, stagnate and stop actually developing. So I'm saying stay curious. Continue to do what you do since you are here. Stay like that. Yeah, stay hungry. And the other thing is, senior people really need to communicate better. And as we all call that, soft skills, which is, I think, really underestimation. These are really the hard skills to learn. And the main skill is to listen. Like someone say, why didn't I understand the requirements? Well, maybe you didn't listen. I myself am, you know, I've done that where in a meeting, in the half of the meeting, someone says, okay, we want to do this, and I start creating components in my head. And you know, this is going to be a drop down, this is going to be a grid, this is going to be a graph, this is going to be, and I stop listening, and at some point, you know, the meeting is over, and I really didn't get what's going on because I wasn't listening. So stay curious and listen.
Yes, okay. So I would say it a little bit differently. Now you all make me feel old. Because I just realized I have 18 years of paid experience in my job with only 2 months of, switching jobs. And yeah, that makes me kind of a senior, literally, like an old man. But as you say, how would you become senior? Well, you become senior if you start working and wait a little bit. Then the career path is always like, pushing you to become senior and once again to take the responsibility. Your salary gets higher, not because, you are more senior, no, just because you take the responsibility. Exactly. So he already told about the responsibility that you have to take it. But there's one other thing, is that for me personally, being senior is knowing not what to do, but guys are telling you have to know your tools. This is correct. You have to understand, the domain of the work. Yes, you have to know how to gather the responsibilities. Because, just getting the responsibility is not enough. You know how to harvest together responsibility. But for me personally, as I was asked, who is a senior developer, or senior, someone, I said, he's the guy who usually says what not to do. From his experience. That means that when you are young and you're enthusiastic, you want to learn everything, try everything, like what they told you on the conferences. You want to try it, of course. But the senior people are usually asking one question. Okay, who's going to take the responsibility for this job? Which means that who's going to support this work done? Because you can do it and then just switch to something else. You have to know how to support it. And the next thing is who's going to pay for this? You, your company, and so on and so on. So when you start asking yourself these questions and know the answer for these questions, then you are getting senior. So for this, usually you need some time. So this is my recipe.
And when you say pay, you mean in terms of money or also...
Hey, who's going to pay? I want to make something big. Yes. I want to make something big, cool, and like, for example, usual typical requirements are on one slide, and they say, please make me something like Facebook, but better. Okay, who's going to pay for that? If you start asking this question, who's going to support it? How much does it cost, etc. And once again, the business decisions usually, the technical decisions you usually take are quite often, absurd for you in technical means, but this comes from business requirements. So there's somebody who actually is paying for that, and as he's paying for that, certain decision has to be made. I mean, if you start thinking a little bit broader than just technology, etc., technology is there to fulfill these requirements, then you are getting more serious. At least this is my recipe.
Yeah, so a couple of things I want to mention is like something which I think we all have seen this pattern with senior people. They're the ones who ask the dumb, in quotes, questions during the scoping, the situation. They're the ones who ask, does this happen? What if this happen? I don't understand that. Those are like the people who are like, I often ask like the question that's very dumb and often like changes the whole direction of this project just because I'm not afraid of asking the question. Like everybody who is in a situation where doesn't understand anything, they should just ask. And because this happens, and this is the moment where you need to, in order to get to more than senior, you need to understand that technical execution and business are very connected. And you should not only think, oh, we can do this technically, but should we do that? Is there any way? Does this feature actually make sense? Can we change the business requirement to make this even better, to make it more successful?
It's weird that the senior people usually say, I don't know a lot of...
Yeah, exactly. Like we are honest because we don't care that we look incompetent.
Yeah, that actually makes sense because we do have huge egos. Yeah? And we know that we are competent, so we are not afraid to say that I don't know this, I don't understand this.
Yeah, I mean, how often I'm in a pull request and I say, I actually have no idea what this thing is doing, and I'm the one who wrote it.
So you can always start with, let me ask you a stupid question. And this sets expectations, and then everything is fine.
Of course. Yeah. So the next thing I wanted to push on is, because this is a very uncommon panel because I'm asking the question, I have no idea how to ask a question, obviously. So the next thing I wanted to talk about, because I mean, I like code, we all write code, and we do this thing called code review most of the time. What do you guys look, when you do a code review, what's your process? Like, how do you proceed to review somebody else's code? As people who had a lot of experience.
So, the code review for me personally, because I've been the person that's received the code review, and then, you know, it's like getting your homework from your teacher and it's all red. You know, this is wrong and this is not right and this is incorrect, and, you know, all the other variations of this. And it feels rough. It's, man, I worked like 5 or 6 or 7 minutes on this code, and someone, you know, or whatever, hours or days, and at the point of the PR, and someone like in front of everybody says, hey, you are wrong. And it's a rough feeling, and the source of that feeling is that I am actually my code. My code is representing me, my efforts, my values, and if you criticize my code, then you criticize me. So to turn this thing around, when I do pull requests, first of all, you know, I think many of us work with overseas projects, and if I try to give the approval every time for every code review that I do, and leave comments and say, hey, if it's not too late, would you mind, you know, do you think that this is an issue? And I never block PRs, because overseas people, or not even overseas, just people that are blocked from you not having approved their code, they are blocked to do their job. They are, you know, they won't feel good. And then, you know, the first thing that I said, be kind when you give code reviews. This is you criticizing someone else's work, basically criticizing them. Put yourself in their shoes and think, what would I like to hear, you know, about this? And the main things, just a second. The main thing is, if I see a problem, I'll say, hey, I think this might be an issue in this case, and, you know, we can fix it like that. Or I'll say, you know, is it too late to change it? Or go ahead and merge it, and we can, you know, change it after that. Because in the end of the day, you work with people to fix and create the code. And if you burn your bridge to them, because every time you're an asshole when you're doing the PRs and you have the power to block them, and it is a power, then you burn the bridge to them, and then the code doesn't even matter, because they will never listen to you. Someone said here, the person that I trust. Give your trust to the person, and they will earn it, usually.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the same, you know, viewpoint, no, not the same stuff from the other viewpoint. First of all, when I receive a PR, I always look for typos. Yes, this is the most usual and less hurting way of doing PRs, because they're usually typos, and I have improved my English significantly after that. But I always look at the other one from the other viewpoint, is that the idea of doing PRs themselves actually forces you to submit something of a good quality, because it will be reviewed. And if you don't want to burn bridges, receive hate, be blamed, or get fired, yes, you should do a quality work. So for me, PR, I mean, 99% of the PR, of the issues in the PRs should be should be fixed only by the idea that you are submitting a PR for review. So that's why just do it in the most quality way so that this wonderful guy can just approve it. So this is my way of PRs. And you know, there's one thing. So I made as I say, I'm quite an old guy. So I was in a position when I was never writing code again, and now on this position where I'm right now, I've started doing this again. And for me, PRs and every critics that we receive is a very good way to learn. I know I'm saying, like, you know, this very high words about synergy. You know, anytime in the conference you have to hear the word synergy. Effect, good, like you work together, you produce synergy. Yes, this is exactly a point when you get synergy. Once again, the idea is that do your PRs that they can be accepted. I mean, this is the very easy recipe, and that's why they are invented, at least from my perspective.
All right. Is it my turn? So, I'm an architect. And my point of view is slightly different. Code review is a process. Are you doing it right? How do you measure the effectiveness of your code reviews? Acceptance. KPIs, acceptance is only one of the outcomes. Yes. One could be the client, one could be it works. But before you do a PR, follow-ups, what is the checklist that you use to evaluate PRs? Did you read the requirements before that? Did the developer leave annotations? Why did they make the decisions that they did? Is the code annotated? Or is it just for loop and it looks okay? How do you know that it works?
The tests are passing.
The tests are passing. So how many bugs do you find per hour of code review? So when you start to put things into perspective, and if you're not measuring the code reviews, you will never learn to do them right. If you're not finding bugs on the code reviews, but you are changing let to const and const to let and reformatting the code, you're doing it wrong. Okay? If you've never read requirements before reading the code, you're doing it wrong. If the code is not annotated and the developer doesn't know that they're receiving code review, you're doing it wrong. If you're not measuring it, you're doing it wrong, most probably. Just for the sake of doing, you know, cargo code, code reviews. We've heard that people are looking at code and pressing green button.
You have to do a talk about it.
I can. Maybe next time.
I think that for the code reviews, it's very important not to take them personal. That's first of all. And actually, criticism is actually a good thing. We have to all realize it because this is the way that we get better. And you also have to understand, like, if you're on the other side, that someone is doing a code review, he's also not doing it personal, right? I mean, he's having the best intent for you to get these comments and for you to become a better developer, right? Or just better, to be better at what you do. So yeah, my first thing is, like, I also, when I'm trying to tell someone that he's not doing it correctly, is first to ask the appropriate questions. I almost never say, I think. I'm asking, do you think that maybe this is not correct? Or maybe, do you think that there's another case where this will not work, for example? And this way he maybe realizes that maybe there are some cases where he didn't do the thing correctly, right? And also this is very important because I also do a lot of teaching. And whenever you want to, for someone to learn and not to be very, I don't know, to accept you as a really mean guy, right? You just need to let him find the mistake and not say, oh man, you're not doing it right. I mean, this is never the best approach. So just, you know, communicating with people is, yeah, very important, but we just need to not take it personal, right?
I have only one question, sorry to interrupt you. Have you ever, like, you know, disagreed with your code review?
Yes.
Yes. Good. How often do you do this? Every third, every fifth, every second, each PR. No, I mean when I say that, because quite often, this is what Martin said about, is the code annotated? So code review is basically starting thinking as the developer who actually wrote it. So that's why you read not only his code, but you read his mind a little bit. And that's why putting right comments and arguing about the comments is also right. This is what I want to say. If you think that you actually saw the corner cases, the code may be really weird, and usually they say, okay, this code is ugly, but then you say, okay, so there are those and those corner cases that you actually covered. So yes, so PR does not mean that you just criticize someone and somebody accepts this critic and say, okay, I was so wrong, sorry for that, I'm stupid. But it's also arguing about it, and this discussion, the truth is born in a discussion, simply don't make it too long. I mean, PRs with half a year review process is a little bit too much.
And I wanted to talk about the PRs as a tool for team forming, basically, because usually when the team forms, when a new person joins, or when there is some change, there is a lot of friction between the team members on the review process itself. So there will be a lot of comments, why are we doing it this like this? Is it better? Is it this the correct way? So usually the first few PRs of something will take significantly longer, a week or two, a month in an extreme case, with lots of comments and lots of discussions and lots of side meetings about what to do, how to do it, and might be the final form will not even be close to the initial form. But after a while, once the team starts really performing, the PRs get to be, yeah, you have a typo in invoice. Because everything else is already implicitly discussed. So the velocity of the team of the PR process improves dramatically.
How do you measure it?
Starts performing, really.
How did you measure that it improved?
Yeah. Personal feeling.
You have to establish the way you measure. When you establish the way you measure, then you measure it right.
So you can't improve what you cannot measure. That's my point here. So you need to be able to quantify everything that you say that you can make better. You need to first show that there is a problem there.
I have an answer for this. My answer is very easy for this. Yes, you can't measure it. But it all, you think in numbers, in digits, in metrics. Whenever, I'm not sure because I'm now working on a product, so that means that my company works on a product and I don't work with clients. But whenever there is comfort in the team that we go with good velocity, with good delivery speed, everybody is happy about what they're doing, this is my metrics. I mean, this is one of my metrics. If you're working for client, the client has to be happy about it. So sometimes, I saw many clients that accept really shitty code. It simply works, and the team is happy. They don't have to make it good. The other part of the team is really like, you know, oh, I'll start working for this project because it's so much shitty. Yes, I want to write beautiful code. So this is what makes the comfort of the team, the velocity which is accepted, like, you know, and here we come to like, not so much measurable in terms of metrics stuff, but in terms of feelings. Yes, psychology, too much.
Velocity is kind of a magic number that if you really need to game it, you can game it.
Are you comfortable with it? This is the question, are you comfortable with it?
Well, depending on the client, to be honest.
Yeah, and money.
Velocity don't look exactly, they're like, okay, we can start. Huh? Serious? Without a battery? It's over. Am I there? Okay. Okay. I lost my magic crown. Yeah, so what I was saying here about the velocity, like the best teams who use velocity, which are not very much, honestly, they use it as a confidence symbol. They don't know their number, they know we can execute this in this time, and this works out.
I have a question. How many here distinguish between pull request review and code review? So I've been talking about code reviews for a while, and other people are talking about pull request reviews here, and we're mixing the two subjects.
Yeah, I mean, those are connected, but not...
Code review you can do in many, many cases, especially, you know, when you had a production incident, then you need to do code review. How did this code get to production?
Yeah, like something that we actually do is, we call it after feature code review, and the idea there is the feature is shipped into like 20 PRs, each PR has its own mini code review, but in the end when the vote run is combined, we do like okay, now let's see everything, how this works, and usually it's made by somebody who hasn't worked on this. How do they understand the code? Because a lot of the stuff around the pull request review, the code review, this is a communication tool. And something just to add, so every time, this is something I told my engineers every time they get upset when they get a lot of comments, is if your PR has a lot of comments, that means somebody understands your code and find a way to make it better. Because we have all seen this meme, which is like, pull request, 5 lines, 200 comments, pull request, 2,000 lines, 0 comments, because I have no idea what is this, I'm just scrolling up and down and I close this. So, yeah, so one of the most important things for code review is you do a code review of your own code before giving it to somebody else. Like you pretend to be Martin and you are reviewing your own code, and he's looking with the eye saying, okay, how can I measure this? How does this work? Is there security? Is there measurement? Is this needed? How is this? You do your own code review. And this actually helps you a lot.
I have one question to the auditorium. You raised your hand. That means that you want to say something or you agree. If you want to say something, just shout out. We will find a way to throw the microphone in there. Yeah.
I mean, it would magically fly out. Yes. Okay, just a second.
Thank you. So, with code review, as Ilya said, sometimes people are taking them personally. I know, especially for the juniors, every time they're taking it personally because it's the first time they face it. But in those cases, do you think it's worth spending 15 minutes with them on one-on-one to explain them why they did it wrong, instead of just writing some comment and just continue with your work and let them deal with it?
Yes, of course, because again, I mean, I'm not talking about pull requests here. So yeah, as Martin already mentioned, I'm talking about code reviews. That means that sometimes I can just sit down next to the person and we can start looking at his code, and I try to understand what was the main idea and why he started doing it like this. And for example, we just start communicating. I really love having discussions with people, and obviously sometimes I'm not even correct, right? Because maybe I think that, yeah, maybe it's going to be better this way, but actually the other person shows me that actually I was not correct, and I say, yeah, you're right, and this is really good for me as well, because I can see that, you know, he actually sees things a different way, and we kind of combine our thoughts and we actually produce something better, right? So yeah, to be honest, I really don't like just putting comments there after all the personal contact and just going there and speaking to the person and just looking at it together. It is worth it, but it really depends on the person, right? Because some people, they don't accept what you're trying to tell them, and it's really hard to, you know, work with such people. So yeah, did I answer the question?
Ilya, you just reminded me something really, really good. If you try to measure the wrong things about the code review process, you're going to make it very, very bad very, very quickly. So if you're measuring a pull request based on how many comments it got, for example, what do you think is the next thing that's going to happen?
Lots of comments.
So either people are going to start competing who's going to have the least amount of comments by writing more comments to other people, right? So this is not good. So you cannot base measurements about salary, raises, job positions, and so on based on the code reviews. Code review is a process that needs to keep It needs to keep improving the team. It needs to gather the knowledge. And by the way, we've been focusing on the negative here for a while, but and trying to turn it into positive. But also during a code review, you should be able to identify the good practices, extract them, and share them with everybody, and say, "Look, guys, this team, they did something really good. Do it like them."
Yeah, like something which early in my career I was doing in code review was like I see something and I say, oh, you should do it this way. And I rewrote the code. And later I find out the best way is just to sit with the person and do like a pairing session where you do this together. Because surprisingly, a couple of times the code was better than what I was proposing. And going through this process was very...
We kind of made that mistake that each time we said comment, it was implied that it's a comment on a pull request and that it's a negative thing. Of course, that those comments on the pull request also can be a positive thing. They can be a piece of code that was done really nicely, something that made clear to the reviewer what actually the feature is and how it is implemented. That cleared up some misunderstanding or something like that, or some code was even refactored in a beautiful way.
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very important to say good job to people so they understand, because you know it's easy to criticize, right? But
yeah. Also, like often it's like today I learned, oh, I didn't know this API existed, this is how it was worked, and actually sharing it with more people, because sometimes people gloss over about something. Oh, I didn't know there is this HTML API for whatever.
so yeah, I guess the main idea of doing the code review is just to improve the team, right? It's not about making comments or the most comments and stuff like that.
It's depending on what you measure.
Yes, but also it should limit or completely kill any competition inside of the team. You're not writing better code than I am. You know why? Because each one of us, by our own, we cannot write as much code as we can write together, okay? So let that be clear. So the synergetic effect that our colleague here promotes.
Yeah, it's a team sport. I cannot win a basketball game if my team loses.
Yeah, and you don't need to make this about competition. This is why you need to find, this is why when I was talking about measurement, I was talking about how many bugs did you find per hour of code review, not how many comments did you write. If you didn't find the bug, don't put comments. I don't care about your personal subjective opinion of how to restructure this if else. I really don't. It's not important.
Yeah, if it works and solves the problem, it works.
I mean, every comment about style should be a linter that automatically does it, so
yeah,
you don't think about stuff like that.
Like, use spell checker.
Yeah, also, I mean, bugs is one thing, another thing is performance. Like often comments on PRs is, okay, this would slow down things very much from the way I see that. Please measure it, make sure it's not.
Sure.
Okay, are we done with this topic?
So my question for all people of the panel, what are some of the aspects of your character that you had to change over time in order to get to other level or to become better?
Yeah, I'm just going to say one word. You just need to get out of your comfort zone.
I would say something completely different. Take it easy. Chill out. Take it easy. Problems will come, problems will go, you know? So don't take it too personally. Oh, I would say no. Actually, there was a discussion about all juniors, you know, take it very seriously. Yes, this is all right. I mean, this is something. That's what I say in the beginning. You will become senior after a while. You won't become senior immediately. With this, actually, taking it easy, you know, solving the problem, and not making a big deal of it will help you a lot, unless it's a deadline and you overpassed it. But, once again, getting out of the comfort zone is what they do for juniors. They pull them out of the comfort zone so they can do something useful. Yeah. And after that, take it easy, but respect your manager's opinion.
I mean, juniors don't have a comfort zone. Everything in there is like not in my comfort zone. At least that's how I remember it.
I'm just going to say a few words, just personal. How, for example, what really improved me as a developer or whatever. Just try sharing your knowledge with the others. This will improve you also your social skills, like talking to other people. And yeah, just try to form communities and to communicate with each other, because it's super important. You know, I'm really happy actually to see so many people are here in person, because after all these like COVID things that happened, I'm kind of I don't know, very disconnected from like people. And yeah, today I saw so many people and faces that I haven't seen for a while, and I actually start feeling the same way from back in the days, where I can just, you know, I don't know, it's just amazing. I'm super happy. And yeah, just try to share your knowledge with the others, try to communicate with them, try to find new ways to solve issues. And by saying get out of your comfort zone, for me, for example, was super hard to start speaking in front of people. And actually the hardest thing that I found when I started, for example, to teach in university is actually to live code in front of people, because you actually really need to be on another level to do that. And yeah, I mean, now I pretty much love live coding in front of people, and it's amazing. And also to, you know, get input from other people for what I've written, because yeah, I don't always write it the best way, but obviously there are a lot of people who, you know, can help me when I'm doing it. So yeah, it's really nice.
Just want to add something to him, sorry for being so speakative. Getting out of the comfort zone for me means that I have to write an automated test for something that I've done. So this is really hard. This is something which gets me out of my comfort zone. So it's hard. Yeah, it's a good way of getting out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, so to basically back to the question, what can I do, what can I change, or what did I change in order to become, or to be where I am today? And I agree with everything that was said. And I also want to say to people here that feel more junior, or to people that are listening later, it's all right. We've all been there. Don't worry. Chill. Problems will come. People will tell you where you're wrong. People will tell you what you need to change. Just go with it. We are blessed to be in this industry where a lot of the real world problems we don't have. You know. So other than that, just show up every day, chill. It's all right. It will come. You don't need to, you know, now today I want to start changing my ego. Tomorrow I want to start doing this and that. And these things will come really, really naturally. Out of fights, out of code reviews, out of PR reviews, out of just talking with people in a conference, you know, or colleagues. So yeah, don't worry. We're all people. We all make mistakes. We all have rough edges that we need to sand. So yeah. Do your job.
From what I've seen, developers love developing. All parts of the software development process. Yeah, and by that, I mean requirement gathering is part of the software development process. Automated testing is part of the software development process. And of course, live coding is. So keep developing, enjoy it. And you don't even need to consciously say, okay, I love web development and I'm comfortable, I'm gonna try mobile just to be outside of the comfort zone. Being curious will take you out of your comfort zone naturally. Don't be afraid of going outside. But the part when you want to go outside will come naturally if you love development, if it's interesting for you.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Well, it had 9 lives.
So, we've been talking a lot about how we should approach people and how we should talk to them, but we also should talk about how we get feedback, right? Because it's very easy to be the polite guy giving feedback, and it's very hard to be the guy receiving polite feedback. So, swallow your ego. Nobody cares for you enough to insult you through comments in Bitbucket. Okay? Really, nobody. So the comment sounds too harsh. Maybe the person who wrote it has 2 crying kids around them because they're in home office because the kids are sick. Fine, so what? You're going to get offended because the comment didn't start with please? Grow up. You're not kids.
Yeah, and also about the code reviews back, right? Because this is what we're talking about. But yeah, also you should, when you become a certain level, you know what some comments, if some comments matter, on some don't, or some don't. I'm not only talking about code reviews because obviously if I do online courses and stuff, I get criticized all the time. For example, that I'm not a good teacher or whatever. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is it. But often people just, they don't realize that it's their problem actually, and they don't spend enough time to sit down and learn the things that I'm trying to teach them. So when you or a certain level, you start understanding which comments matter and which comments don't, right? So don't take, for example, if someone is telling you, hey, this is not right, you know, always kind of think about it. Is it not right? Or is this guy, you know, just, yeah, an asshole or something, yeah. So just, if someone is telling you, yeah, this is not right, try to find the answer in order to understand why is it not right. Or he just thinks that, yeah, switch statements are bad, right? So it can be personal for someone because he doesn't like switch statements, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong, right? So just try to find the answer and yeah, try to understand how things work, right?
The only thing I should add here, just give arguments. That means that you may hate a man, but he's wrong, haters gonna hate it, so on and so on. Give arguments why you think this is right. Because just because it's right, saying because что-то така, this is not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not right. Give arguments, you know, be polite and respect opinions, but also respect yourself, and give like, you know, and you know, you always say, I'm not sure how you say here, to defend your diploma. You know? Defend, that means that, yeah, you actually have to defend your point of view. This is the idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you give a comment or you receive a comment, you really should not just say do it this way, or like you should explain like the whole logic behind it. Also, it makes you better at explaining things. Like a lot of our jobs would be explaining things to people and machines, and the better we are at like giving a thesis, this is the thing, this is how to format it, this is how to do it, and this is my good reasoning. It goes to pretty much all states of life. If you can do it on a comment, you can do it on a feature, you can do it on salary negotiations or some other things like that.
So I also do something. I do code reviews very rarely nowadays. And yeah. So
Architect.
My position is actually senior architect, and I want you to reflect on how would a junior feel if I leave a comment on their code. And yeah,
it's like Elon Musk liking your tweet, right?
First of all, how bad it is that it got to his level for review, first of all. Second of all, panic. There will be no thinking. They will just pull and try to change it, so I will not have comments anymore. So usually what I do is I ping their team leader in Slack and send them the line number and say, look, I think that might not be very nice. Check it, please. Check it with the guy. Yeah. You also need to think from that point of view. So your position means something in the hierarchical structure where you work. If you're the senior in the team, you need to be at least 10 times more careful about the kinds of comments you leave. Because you're the gold standard in that team. You're the person that's leading the technology in that team. People are looking up to you. So you need to be very, very careful what kind of comments you're leaving.
Yeah, actually, this is a great point from the first, how do you get senior? You go with the most senior person in the company and start working closely with them, see what they do and learn from them. And as the senior person, the behavior of the senior person trickles down across the company. Like if the senior person is rude and do all the bad stuff, this trickles down. If they explain, if they do all that, that's all of that. And if the senior architect comments on your code, chill out, that's actually great. It got to him. Don't worry. But
it's not for a good reason.
Yeah.
Usually when code gets to me, it's not for a good reason.
Yeah, I mean, some people are scary. Cool. So we actually are closing the panel. We had a really good discussion about JavaScript so far. So yeah, I mean, we have a time for one question. One question from the, okay, I'm going to go there because as I said, my magic crown doesn't work anymore.
Thank you for this great format. So my question is, let's assume that we have a team of 5-6 developers, and over the time, using the principles of code reviews, each member of that team has become better. But it took a few code reviews to get there. All right, so this team is responsible of maintaining 4 or 5 repositories, for example. However, how should you advise that team to handle the situation when these 4 or 5 repositories are now, in a way, exposed to 70 more developers who can contribute to those repositories, and not become the process like too many comments for newcomers, where if the maintainers did those changes alone, it would be just quicker. How would you advise to optimize the process so that doesn't happen with the extra people?
So there's a couple of ways where you can do a proper process around such thing. So first of all, you need to understand what is your end goal. Is it to open source the projects and leave them for the community to maintain? Yes or no? If that is the case, there is a certain set of things that you do. If those are going to be semi-private repositories where you would like other people to contribute, do you have a style guide? Do you have automated tests for the style guide? Do you have automated tests, end-to-end tests, integration tests, whatever kinds of tests you could do for this code? If the answers to any of these are no, these repositories are not ready. So you need to do the prep work. Then you need to assign people in that community that are going to join, who are going to have review privileges, and teach them and grow them. So you'll be able to offload this work to them. And yes, your personal opinion of switch states versus if else doesn't matter. If it's important for you not to have switch states, we're talking about JavaScript, use ESLint to forbid it. That's it. This is not the place to be discussed. Code review, pull request review, this is not the place to discuss style guide. Style guide is enforced. You're not asking them to use spaces. You're converting their code automatically to spaces or to tabs or to whatever. So if you have these tools, and you have them, in GitHub you have them, in Bitbucket you have them, in wherever else you can imagine you have the tools. So that's it. It's an automated job. You don't need to do it manually.
So if so many people need to join, that means that you probably need to be faster, right? And of course, I mean, like a senior developer, of course he can write things much faster and much better. But the thing is that a senior developer cannot produce that much code, right, for like 20 people or 30 people, right? I mean, so obviously there will be a point where, for example, some not that good code will be entering the repository, but also this code is entering the repository because you actually need to be faster, right? And at some point it's good to also refactor this code if it's not that good, but after all, if it's doing the job, I guess it's okay. But yeah, I mean, there should be some kind of a way for new people to enter and to learn. And if we leave everything to the seniors, then how the others are going to become seniors? How are they going to move forward? So these things, I think everyone should understand, right? I mean, because often everyone is searching for seniors. Yeah, I mean, everyone wants seniors, right? But how can you become a senior if nobody wants to work with you? So this is how you're kind of helping others becoming seniors, and everyone who is senior should understand this, right? I mean,
you know who's the most brutal programmer leaving code reviews in the web? You know?
No.
Who? Linus.
Yeah.
You know Linus? You know the kinds of reviews that he's giving? Yeah. Go herd sheep. You cannot do code, you're an idiot. And even this guy is now a different person and changed the way he's onboarding people onto the kernel development of his operating system kernel. So even he changed his attitude towards onboarding new people.
Yeah. So we can talk for this for hours.
Yeah, just
like
add something very small, because I'm looking to the roots of the problem. Why would a repository maintained by 6 people suddenly grow to 60 or 70 people? This means that you have problems in your management, I would say. So I would come to a little bit more fundamental question, is that your management have to read the book Mythical Man-Hour. It's a book for everybody. I think that everybody has read it. Just because making, it's like answering the question. So a woman can give birth of a child in 9 months. 9 mothers will give birth to 1 child in 1 month. This won't work. The same is what one developer can do in 1 month, 2 developers can do in 2 months. This is like, okay, so these are fundamental stuff. So I would say, like, if you have this problem of exponential growth of your repository, I would say the problem is really fundamental, and you have to read, or somebody of you can have to read some very clever books about it. So this is my position.
Yeah. So yeah, we can talk for hours about it, but we know, I mean, these wonderful people, 2 questions and 1 hour conversation. And of course, we're going to have those throughout the years in bars and places like that. But this ends this panel session. I want to thank everybody attending. And I want to take... And I also want to thank everybody listening to... Are we 6? Yeah, 6 people bragging. Yeah. Thank you.
И Митя да му помогнеме. We will have just announces with some awards for 1 minute. After we will help scene to be managed. Митя да ти. Да свалиме. We have several awards, so just 2 minutes, and we will announce it. Митя, всичко окей, нали?
Всичко точно.
Да. So, first, award from Microsoft will be drawn on 24th of November. We already announced this, but we have 3 different prizes from Ocado. So I will task Radost to come with prizes and with tickets. Probably we need to wait a few seconds about this because we have 3 different sets with Lego, very interesting, big, interesting sets. So we are waiting for the prizes to bring it there, and we will actually manage. But we have before here another. We have also your prizes, so we will make prizes from Ocado. Вашите да ги дадем? Предварително. На сцената, да. Yep, the stage is yours, and yes, you can say what you are giving and to draw.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for participating in our competition on our stand. So we are giving away a